to all the participants, invited speakers, and faculty members to the inaugural session of TQIP sponsored Beyond MNIT, Preparing for Success, a one-day online Indo-US workshop organized by the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, London School of Engineering, New York University, in association with Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, MNIT Jaipur. About MNIT, Malaviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, established in 1963, today is ranked 35th among Indian engineering colleges by NIRF. It is today in the safe hands of the patron of this workshop, Professor Uday Kumar R. Yaragatti, who isn't present here due to some unavoidable circumstances. Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering is one of the oldest departments established in 1965. The department offers BTech, MTech, and PhD programs in all frontiers globally. The basic motto of this department is to provide quality education through its highly qualified and experienced faculty members. The faculty is continuously motivated to keep abreast with state-of-the-art technology. About Metmass, Metmass is a student society in the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, which works for the holistic developments of its students by organizing various events around the year. About New York University, New York University is a private research university based in New York City. NYU is the largest independent research university and ranks 29th in the United States. I would now like to call upon Professor R.K. Goyal, the head of the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Mr. Yatharth Trivedi, for a very nice introduction about the institutes. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to patron of the workshop and Honorable Director, MNIT Jaipur, Professor Uday Kumar Yaragatti, Professor Nikhil Gupta, Professor New York University, TCube Coordinator, Professor Rohit Bhakar, Honorable Speakers from India and USA, Coordinator of the workshop, faculty members, and all participants. As you know, we are here in a TCube sponsored one-day Indo-US workshop on Beyond MNIT Preparing for Success in association with Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, London School of Engineering, New York University. Dear friends, this is the fourth virtual workshop organized by the Department MNIT Jaipur and the first unique workshop in association with foreign university during COVID-19 pandemic period. It is a fact that COVID-19 has created distance among us, but at the same time, we are virtually very close to each other and safe. This is possible because of the services being given by our doctors, nurses, and workers on the front line of this health crisis. I salute them. Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering is one of the oldest department, as Mr. Trivedi discussed. The basic motto of the department is to provide quality education through its highly qualified and experienced faculty members. Dear friends, recently there is addition of more than 50% young and energetic faculty members to the department. The department has received total research funding of more than 439 lakhs plus in last 5 years. Not only this, the department has submitted research projects with total amount of more than 500 lakhs, including one project on development of drug for the prevention from COVID-19. Not only this, department is publishing good number of research papers in good journals every year. All this happened due to the strong efforts of our 3-generation faculty members. The faculty members are continuously motivated to keep abreast with state-of-the-art technology. Department works in the area of traditional metallurgy to advanced area, including nanomaterials, composites, light metal alloys, coating, photovoltaic materials, etc. The main driving force of organizing this unique workshop is Professor Nikhil Gupta and our first eminent speaker, Mr. Subramani. Thanks to them. Dear friends, I believe that this workshop will immensely benefit you. Please do not miss any session at all sessions. Very important in deciding your final goal. I must appreciate the hard work put by young student volunteers. Because of that, this program will be successful. I hope so. Of course, without a mentorship, it is also not possible to inject spirit into the program. So this spirit was injected by our young faculty, Dr. Swati Sharma and Kunal Borse. So I wish for a grand success of this program. Finally, I would like to advise to my young, particularly students, please follow all the guidelines issued by the government, particularly keeping the social distancing and wearing of mask whenever you go out of the home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now I would like to call Professor Nikhil Gupta, faculty in the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, New York University, to enlighten us with his wise words.
Hello, everybody. Good morning from New York. I want to thank Dr. Goyal and Dr. Sharma for organizing this workshop. And NYU is very happy to be a part of this workshop. It's a great pleasure to be associated with the MNIT Metallurgy Department. It has been 25 years since I graduated from that department. So it's always a very good feeling to be back there for any reason or not. As Dr. Goyal mentioned about the disruption caused by COVID, so this disruption is very severe in our lives, whether professional or personal life. But now there are also these opportunities because there is more acceptance to this online format. So we can get associated with each other very easily through internet these days. And this workshop is an example that how speakers in various parts of the world are going to connect with each other to offer this workshop to MNIT students. So as I said, I graduated from MNIT 25 years ago. And I can only tell you about my personal story that, I remember the day when I graduated and I was evaluated my options. Uh, I can tell you very honestly that I didn't feel I was ready to go start a job and be on my own in this world. So I chose a career path where I decided to go for further study because that was again going to be in another academic institute in protected environment. And one of the reasons was that at that time, workshops like these were not available, were not offered. And being good in academics was the only expectation from these students. But now things have changed, world has changed. The students are more mature, they are more aware of what is going on in this world. And workshop like this can also prepare them for what is going to come to their way when they graduate from the institute. So it's very natural that there are three career paths in front of you today. You can go for a job. It doesn't matter whether it's in your core branch, but any job, just go work for a company. Then the second option is entrepreneurship. Then you start something on your own and build a company from scratch. And the third one is higher education. So it does not matter which path you select in the future. There are some very common challenges. So today's workshop is going to cater to these three different things. Subramani is going to talk about how to prepare your resume and your interview style. So whether you choose any of these paths, you are successful. Uh, and NYU speaker is going to talk about the higher studies. Akash is going to talk about entrepreneurship. And then Sharad Bhargav is going to talk about leadership and other issues which are common to all of these fields. So I hope this workshop prepares you and it informs you a little bit more. I'm pretty sure you are all going to be very successful in your lives eventually. But then getting some training can prepare you upfront so that you can be better than your peers in taking the challenges heads on. So in the chat box, if you can write what your future plan is, just one or two words: job, entrepreneurship, higher education. That will also help us understand what you are going to prepare yourself for. And then this will be a good idea for the future workshops that we may plan to organize. So feel free to write your options in the chat anytime during this workshop, and we can look at them at the end of it for future planning and how the speakers will tailor the content in the future. So thank you very much. I again thank the organizers for organizing this program, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
Thank you, sir. What you said was really inspiring. Without much delay, now I call upon Professor Rohit Bhakar, TQIP Coordinator, MNIT Jaipur, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Yatharth. Thank you, Professor Goel and Professor Nikhil Gupta for joining the event and supporting the event like anything. It is my pleasure to be a part of this, organizing this event. And we are happy to see that there is a lot of student participation, as well as the event is being overall being organized by the students. Inherently in TechIP, as most of you may be knowing, it is a World Bank and Government of India's funding, which primarily aims to improve the technical education, the quality of technical education being imparted in the institutes across India. And students being one of the main stakeholders in this activity, their upliftment and their achievement of these goals, whether it is jobs or whether it is entrepreneurship or higher education, definitely the attainment of these goals is what everybody aspires. The students also aspire, the institutes also would, those institutes which are able to give the students a better future, definitely they have a higher ranking and better perspective for all participants. And further, when we see that the alumni of these institutes, the department, they are able to join and help the students, it is even more welcome that the students are able to see their future, that if all possibilities exist. And I think the overall event that has been organized today, starting from resume making to soft skills to interview preparation and how to get admissions at higher universities and to explore entrepreneurship opportunities. I think this is a very nicely chalked out event, and not only for metallurgy students, but I think for across the students from across the departments, it would be quite helpful. So I wish all the students the best of luck, and the participants, I hope they will be learning a lot of things during this event. I wish all the participants a good learning experience during this period. Thanks, Yatharth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Without much further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker. His name is Mr. Subramani B. He is a passionate entrepreneur who owns and manages executive search, training, and facilitation company, which works with banks, wealth and broking clients, also many other domains. He is also the pioneer of the proprietary SPACE framework for resume transformation and conducts workshop for coaching middle and senior level executives in resume structuring, interviewing skills, and in preparing for the attending in the interview. An engineer and MFM, he has over 22 years of experience across banking and financial services domain in business and leadership roles and in HR consulting and executive search. Now I would ask Mr. Subramani if he is present to take the stage.
Thank you so much, Yatharth.
One thing before you start, I would like to ask you.
Sure.
That how would you like the questions to be asked if the audience has the questions? As in, do we do it in the end, or you should make it an interactive session?
So I would want it to be as interactive as possible. So I would want to keep my own side of insights very short. And 1 hour is anyway not a very long time to cover the whole aspects of resume making and interviewing. So I would want to restrict myself to what I've gathered over the last 22 years, share some of my experiences and critical things which are relevant for all the students. feel free to keep putting your questions in the chat. And I would request Yatharth or any other coordinators who are there to pick up questions which you feel relevant at any point of time and tell me to if you feel at that point of time they need to be answered. So let's keep it as it flows. I don't mind even if questions come up in between or if they want to be at the end. So absolutely flexible with the format.
Okay, so I would request the audience members to raise their hand if there is any question, or write it in the chat box.
A good idea would be to keep putting in the chat box, and then they can be picked up if there are common questions so that everyone benefits from it. Yep.
Okay, so let's go with the chat box idea.
Sure.
Okay, so let's
Thank
start.
you so much, Yatharth, for the introduction. Let me start by thanking MNIT and all the teachers of MNIT on this Teachers' Day. We are organizing this on a day where we all offer gratitude to teachers who have given us all the knowledge and learning. My special thanks to Professor R.K. Goyal, who reached out for this workshop, and then who also involved Professor Nikhil Gupta to conduct this. Also, thanks are due to the organizing team. I don't know all of them, but some of them I interacted with, Mr. Kunal Borse, Swati Sharma, and Bhavya from Metmass. So thank you all of you making it possible. You know, it's always wonderful to come back to your own educational institution. Even as Mr. Nikhil said, it's 25 years since I also passed out from the same portals. And if I look back, it's all a blur, because we were as confused as we could be. While we had finished our education, we didn't know how to proceed further. So I can absolutely relate. I'm sure the times have changed and all of you have much more access to information, and you are much more aware than what we were possibly 25 years back. Still, there are certain concerns and apprehensions which always remain for any student when he or she is passing out from, at any level rather. I would not put it as a graduation or a post-graduation. At any point of time, you have certain doubts, concerns, apprehensions. You want some help in terms of how to go ahead with it. So I would say I jumped at this opportunity when it was suggested by Professor Goyal. So I am grateful to them for offering me this chance to speak to all of you. Now, let me start by putting a couple of things in perspective. Okay, let me begin by sharing a small link with you in chat box, and I would want all of you to click on this link, and you will have 2 questions there. Just answer these 2 questions so that at the time of starting, we have some perspective as to where we are. I hope all of you have chats enabled. So just click on this link. You will directly be taken to a URL, a page where you can fill up and answer the questions. And let me also meanwhile share my screen so that you can all see the responses which are coming up. Okay, so we got for 19, lovely. Wonderful. So we can see a trend coming in, and let me share something with you. This is the same kind of trend which I get whenever I speak to any student community at any level. Most of the people feel that the bigger challenge is an interview, while a lot of students feel that resume making is a simpler aspect. And as we go ahead, I'll tell you how these both are closely related, so that this whole pie should actually disappear for you. It should not remain a challenge anymore. Okay. The second question which I had asked on this was related to, does the thought of interview cause you stress? And a majority say yes. So 35 out of 43 is a huge number, almost 80% plus. Okay. So why should it cause stress? Is that something we'll try to address? So let me start by sharing my screen and see what we'll try and cover today. And as we go ahead, we'll talk about how we can overcome these 2 challenges. So the first point which I wish to make is, let's setting up the agenda. So these 2. So let's look at how you can shape up your resume and how you can take the stress out of interview. So I'm not going to talk about how you should make the resume, whether it's really making sense or not. Okay. So for this, I have something very simple to suggest to you. This is what I call a 3-point test for your resume. And if you look at the acronym, it spells out YES. U, Y for you, E for express, and S for story. So if you ask yourself the question that if your resume passes this test, if the answer is yes, then you are ready to move. If not, then you need to relook at the resume. What does this mean? Okay, so let me first pose a question to you. And what does the first thing which comes to your mind when you talk about resume? And by the way, I'm using the term resume interchangeably with CV, which many of us use, even though theoretically CV is something which is meant to be a document of your curriculum or your educational qualification, while a resume is typically meant to be an overall summary of your life. But we will use it interchangeably because that's what the world typically has started doing it now. It used to make more sense in earlier days when these things were kept separate. So feel free to use them interchangeably as well. So what is the first thing which comes to your mind, especially as a fresher when you talk about resume? Anyone wants to share anything on chat? What is the first thing which comes to your mind? When you say resume, what is the first word which appears in your mind? What should it contain? Any thoughts, anyone? Please feel free to use the chat, put your thoughts there. Then only we can make it more relevant for all of you. Priyanshu says achievements. Yes, what else? Any other thoughts? Okay, keep putting as you get ideas. So first thing which we normally talk about in terms of resume, a lot of people think of the academics. Exactly. So Roshan says educational qualifications, Shaba says good percentage, capabilities, projects, lovely. Exactly. These are the thoughts which come to your mind when you talk about resume. But what you need to think of is resume exactly this? Is this what you should be talking about in your resume? Why I'm asking this question? Because one big myth is that a resume can get you a job. Now you may say, what am I saying? Of course, a resume is instrumental in getting a job. So let me say it emphatically. A resume does not get you a job. A resume gets you an opportunity to get interviewed. I hope you understand the difference between both. So your resume, the key purpose of your CV or of your resume is to get noticed by an interviewer so that you are called for an interview. And then you take over from there as an individual, you connect with your resume and do well in the interview and get a job. So let's get this straight first. Your resume has to make sure that you get noticed. So what are the 3-point checks? The first thing is the resume is about you. So it is not about the industry you want to get into. It's not about the job you want to pursue. It's not about an organization. It's not about the domains you are looking at, aspiring for. It has to be about you. What have you learned? What do you know? What are you doing? How are you going to implement this knowledge? What are your hobbies, skills? What specialization you have? What is the expertise you have? How good are you at what you do? Everything has to point at you. If at any point of time in your CV, when you scan through it, you find that you are inclined towards either the job which you want to get into, or a particular domain you want to get into, or you are talking about an organization or a particular industry trend, you need to stop and immediately see as to where are you in that. So I'm not saying that don't talk about an industry, don't talk about a job. Talk about it in perspective of what is it that you bring for it. The second point is don't try to impress. First of all, express yourself and help your CV impress your interviewer on its own. Now, what is the difference? I come across a lot of resumes where students try to put in a lot of jargons. They try to complicate the language. They put in too many, what you call figures or icons, or at times even graphs and charts. They highlight the resume. They put too many colors. You know, that's not the purpose of a resume. You're not dressing it up. You are trying to express who you are. So if you are standing in front of someone and introducing yourself, what is it that you will say? That's exactly what your resume has to say. It should be as if what you talk comes into your resume. Use jargons where necessary and use them with a lot of responsibility. Because if you use any words which you do not understand, or if you are using them very casually, it can end up in a very bad way. So feel free to express yourself how much ever you want to express. Leave the CV there and it will impress your interviewer on its own if you have done the job of expressing very well. The third point is your resume, any word or sentence you put there has to be backed by an experience or a story which you can recall and justify that. Now, what do I mean by a story or an experience here? You may say that, what kind of story can I tell when I am, coming fresh out of academics? Okay. So the story does not mean narrating a kind of a fictional, experience. It is a real life experience which you have gone through, which brings out a particular quality which you have displayed. It brings out a particular character trait or a capability or a competency, as we call it. So the story has to be a factual expression of an experience which you have gone through, but the way you tell it should bring out what you're good at. So an example which I often give is, when you think of a stand-up comedian, he does not need to come and say that he's a comedian. No, the person says something and expresses and you laugh and you know that that person is a comedian. That is the kind of expression which has to come out for your resume. That's how you have to talk about yourself. Let me talk about this more in detail as to how you can get this in place. So it's nice to talk about passing this yes test, but how do you ensure that you do it? So think of yourself as working in 3 different environments. So all of us, whether we are a student or a person who is working in an industry, we all work in 3 environments. One part of it is structured. What do we mean by structured environment? Is your curriculum, your college, agenda, your examinations, your assignments, projects, everything which is very well defined. You work in that structured environment, you acquire certain skills and knowledge, and you apply those principles. The second part of it is the unstructured or the semi-structured side of it. Semi-structured is something which is partly defined and partly something which you take it up. So all your college events, the conference, something like this, which has been organized in partnership with some of the student coordinators as well. This is where you get an opportunity to work in an environment which gives you some freedom to work on your own, at the same time working within the boundaries. So this is where you learn to operate within the given set of rules and still being creative and to exercise some kind of capability you've got. The third environment is the unstructured environment, which could be outside your curriculum or college, which is where you develop your hobbies, your skills, which is where you experiment with things outside college. You come up with ideas, you run a gig on the side, you may be good in music and you run a band, you would be good in gaming and you organize competitions. It could be anything which is unstructured, which is purely driven by you. Now, if you think of these 3 environments in which you work, in all of this, there is something which you know very well. So you work in 2 dimensions for this. What is it that you know? There's a lot of knowledge you acquire in your structured environment. There is a lot of knowledge you acquire when you work with other people in semi-structured. And the same thing goes for unstructured, where the acquisition of knowledge is unlimited, especially in today's time when we have online classes available. We have platforms where you can know and learn anything you want. So the knowledge sphere of within these 3 environments is one part or one dimension. The second dimension, and which is a critical one, how do you use this knowledge? What do you do with all this knowledge? So when you think of your resume, when you start making it for the first time, think of all these 3 environments, and within each, what is it that you know? What is it that you want to talk about? You may know 1,000 things, but do you want to talk about all of them? You want to talk about some of the things which are really dear to you or where you want to pursue further. And now think of what or how you have applied this knowledge. What have you done with it? How do you demonstrate in your curriculum or outside this knowledge, which brings out your capability? So let me give you an example. If you are very good in negotiation, Are you the person who is being called by the student association to talk to the administration? If you are very good in networking, are you the one who go and do the fundraising if it's required for college events? Are you the one who resolve conflicts within your teams? Are you the one who is very good in analytics? So any kind of research which is done, you come up with spectacular insights. This is what you need to come out with, what you know. So you will talk about your functional knowledge in terms of what you know, but what do you do with that knowledge is very, very critical. And let me tell you this, 99% of the resumes focus on what you know. They are a list of what kind of courses you have done, what kind of seminars you have attended, what kind of conferences you went for, what certifications you've got. And they completely miss out on the point as to how have they used that knowledge or applied it. So when you think of all of this and you look at translating it into your resume, remember there are only three things which any employer is looking for at any level. This is not applicable only to you as a fresher. Some of you may have already worked earlier and then have come to do engineering. It's possible. Some of you may go for your first jobs, or you may not at all go for a job as well. You may go for a different stream. But these are the three questions which apply whether you go for a job or for a research assignment, or you go for the next level of education, or even when you want to start a business of your own. You need to be able to answer these three questions. The first question is, how do you apply what you know? So if you are not applying your knowledge, you may be wonderful academically, but you're not doing justice to your potential. And that's where you need to think of bringing it out more clearly in your resume. How do you work with others is the second question. This is what defines whether you're a team player, are you a leader, can you manage conflicts within the team, are you a self-driven individual only, or can you work by motivating others around you? Do you get motivated by people in your team? Do you learn from them? There are a whole host of things which go into making how do you work with others. And the third part is, what kind of person are you? What are your characteristics? What is it that you display when you work, whether as an individual or as a part of a team? Are you persevering? Are you having a very high level of integrity? Are you someone who will not give up? Are you someone who leaves things very easily? These three questions, keep looking at your resume, and at every point of time, keep thinking, one, whether it passes the yes test. If it does, is it answering these three questions? This is an iterative exercise and it may look very tough, and it is tough. If you're making it for the first time, it's going to involve a lot of time and it'll really be an exhaustive exercise. But once you have your resume ready, once you are done in terms of putting a structure to it, that is where the actual fun starts. So what do you do after you've got your resume at this place? So Yata, do you want me to take a pause here and see if there are any questions? If anyone wants to ask anything here before we move ahead?
No, sir, I guess we should continue.
Anyone has any question? Sure, thank you so much. Okay, so let me talk about now 4 things which you need to ensure. So I talked about the 3 points which you need to check whether your resume is in shape. That's all you need to do, believe me. All the myths about formats, about structures, templates, they are all ineffective if your resume is not passing the test of the YES. Let's come to the 4 things which you need to ensure in your resume. And I am using this slide to show you what are the 4 common mistakes which happen in the resume so that you can specifically avoid them. There are many, but these 4 are something which jump out very, very, prominently. The first thing is about the objectives. We are not clear of our objectives ourselves, and how can we write our objective in his resume is something which I have failed to understand. And yet you find resumes with very, very, broad objectives which do not convey anything. My advice to all of you is look at what your aspirations are and put them on your resume. Don't look at creating an objective, because your objectives and goals change as you grow in your life, but your aspirations will stick. And this is something, your aspirations are typically your 15-year plan. They are not your 1-year plan, which is what the objectives could be. Stick to what you aspire. Present it very clearly on your resume. Don't feel shy of projecting what you want to do. because ultimately that's what will make you happy. I'm sure some of you may be thinking, what if there is no job available at that point of time for doing that particular aspiration? That should not change your aspiration. There are possibilities at times you may take up a job for a time being till you find something which matches your aspiration, but don't change your aspiration. Keep your resume simple. Too many, as I said, jargonized CV is very heavy to understand, and more often than not, when we ask questions to candidates, they are stuck. So people who use very heavy terms like I want to globalize my personality really doesn't make too much sense. Or when you talk about jargons, which, why do I say it should be a simple CV? Because your resume is not going to go to a technical person alone. It may go to a human resource professional. It may go to a head of marketing who is a part of panel as well. You never know who's going to read your resume. You have to make a resume as simple as anyone can read. It doesn't need to be very heavy in terms of terms which you have to use a dictionary to look for. So keep it simple, absolutely simple. Third point of it is, there are resumes which are 4, 5 pages, 6 pages long. So I don't want to comment on the length of resume. If you have so much content to talk about, it's absolutely necessary to put there, feel free to go ahead. But emphasize what is it that you want a resume to talk about. What is it? 2 questions. What is it that you want the interviewer to ask you? If you are clear on that, put that upfront. Emphasize it in a way so that the interviewer focuses on that aspect. You may have 100 things in your resume, but these are the 5 things which you want an interviewer to talk about, because that's what you are wonderful at. That's what you want to project. That's where you are the strongest. So emphasize, don't treat your resume like an essay and dump all the data into it. And let your resume have some kind of order. Let it be coordinated. If you want to talk about a particular project, talk everything about it at one place. I see people talking about a project at one place, about its accomplishment, some other place, and some workshop which they attended for that project at a third place. Coordinate your resume. It's like you are meeting someone. When you meet someone, you're talking about a lot of things and you do it at that particular stage. You don't meet, then go back and come again and ask something and then go back and come again. Let it be coordinated. There should be no chaos on your CV. It should be smooth flowing. You should fall in love with your resume, if I can use that term. So these are the 4 points, along with the YES framework. If you are sure about, you will have a resume which will be wonderfully simple and at the same time very effective. Let me just quickly take you through a couple of examples to show what I am talking about. So look at this screen. It talks about, these are taken from actual resumes. So I'm showing you what an objective may look like. If you look at the first objective, it says to get aligned with a reputed firm or company, to shoulder higher responsibilities, utilize my skills and abilities. By the time you come to that line, you're already lost, and almost every interviewer will skip this objective because it doesn't make too much sense, or they may ask something. So if I ask a question, okay, what do you mean by this? Can you explain to me? That's where you get stuck and your interview starts on a bad footing. Look at the second CV. The objective is crisp and clear. It's like hitting the bullseye. It says, I want to make a career in information security and auditing. It's not saying I want a job in IT auditing in this year. I want to make a career. If I get something related to IT auditing now, it's fine, but I will learn about it. I'll go. All of this is getting communicated with just this one sentence. You are with me, I hope. Let me take you to the next one. Simple word. When we talk about, excuse me, look at these 2 things. So these are taken from the same resume. One part is before the resume transformation and the second one is after it was modified. So if you look at the first sentence, it's so heavy in jargon. It's talking about words which you will really need to struggle to understand and make sense of. So high level policy exception, application evangelist, non-conforming infringements. And when I read this CV, I told this guy how much time it took for him to frame these sentences. You know, it's so complicated. So when we transformed this resume and brought it out, all it meant was that this person was basically part of the team which was resolving audit notes. So the audit came up with some objections and comments. This person was responsible for resolving them. That's all he was doing. But there were some things which came out in terms of what did he achieve, what did he create, how he was moderating a team. If you look at these two things, which one do you think an interviewer is going to look and talk more about? And where is it that you are already answering questions? You know, unasked questions are being answered automatically. Let me take a pause here, and I would want some questions here on resume before we move on to talking about interviewing. I know this content is quite a bit to absorb quickly, so feel free to ask. I'll wait for a moment. Put on your chat whatever questions you have in mind. It could be related to the content which I have talked about, or it could be related to something else which you want to discuss. Just put there. We will take a quick 2-minute pause. Any questions which come to your mind? Or if anyone wants to unmute and ask a question, you're welcome to do that as well. Let me stop the share for a moment so that we can see all. Any questions, anyone? Okay, how many of you feel that a resume should be made only in the final year? So any kind of yes or no answer? Okay, Aditya says, can we include experience which is non-technical? Absolutely, Aditya, you should. What you are doing technically is your professional work, the functional part of it. But how do you apply it? What do you do other than your technical is your personality? And you are incomplete if you are not including that. Mohak Joshi says, why can't we use Hindi or native language with English? You can use it, Mohak, provided the organization and the interviewer are understanding. Let's understand one thing clearly. We operate in a society where we also are bound by certain, conditions. So if you're going for an interview with, let's say, Google, and you want your resume to be in Hindi, it may not really work out. You're absolutely free to put it in Hindi if that's your choice, but then don't expect every interviewer to take it in that way. That kind of freedom you will also have to give them. Okay, Aman wants to see one resume format. Aman, I don't have a resume at this moment ready to display to you, but let me see by the end of the session if I'm able to dig something out. Okay, Sarthak says, how much impact does it have if we include our non-technical work and achievements? Sarthak, there are two things which you need to think about. Are you going to go for a job which is purely going to involve technical, which does not involve any of your personal skills? Of course not. Whenever you work in any job, you are working as an individual and you are utilizing your technical skills. So companies, especially large companies which want, see, anyone who is hiring you is not looking at you to do a job today. They want you to grow into the organization. They want you to take a bigger role in future, obviously. They want to understand, are you capable of that? So while you may have a lot of technical knowledge and very strong functionally, if you are displaying that you have a quality to find solutions, if you have a quality to lead team, to work with people, it has a very large impact in what you do. Roshan says, many IIMs and top colleges give weightage on one-page resume. Is it really needed? Okay, so I have differing thoughts on it. Different colleges or different institutions may have a different way of a format. So don't worry too much on the format. First, focus on what you want to put in the resume. If what you want to put can come in one page, absolutely fine. But if you think you need 3 pages to showcase all that you have, no problem with that as well. The form, if you're trying to put something, if IIM says that they want only one page, put whatever you want to talk about only on one page, and then have 2 sheets of pages ready, additional things which you want to talk about. But don't miss out on any point. So while you are still complying with their one page, you will still have additional stuff ready to talk about and showcase to them. At what point of time should we really start making a resume? Start making your resume from your first day in your college. Now that may sound too much to you, but I'm telling you, when you start making and keeping note. So when I say start making a resume from day one, I don't mean put into a structured format. Start noting down things which you go through. Where is it that you face a setback? What have you learned from that setback? What are your achievements? What are you learning? How are you working with people? How are you helping others do well? Talk about, make a list, keep a list of people you have worked with. What have you learned from them? The places you have worked with, the industry you visited. Believe me, by the end of first year, you will have enough data to write a full resume, and then keep adding things to it and improving. You may need a resume even to go for an internship. You may need this thing will help you not only for an interview, it will help you to give a viva. It will help you to do a project and assignment when you keep note of things. So this is something which I tell everyone strongly, start thinking of a resume from day one. Okay, Vikas says, I am having lots of experience in different fields. Should I put this in a single resume? Should I split? Vikas, what is it that you want to showcase should come up? What is it that you don't want to talk too much about should be there, but in brief? So if you have experience across many fields, but you want to talk about 3 of them, emphasize those 3. Extracurricular activities matter. Of course they matter. Of course they matter in the sense what you have contributed. So don't say that you participated in a workshop, but say what did you learn from that workshop and how did you implement. Don't just mention that you played in a football team. Mention what is the learning you got from it. If you can present that same thing by modifying that sentence and say that you learned great teamwork while being part of the football team of college, it changes the perspective completely. How much does it weigh if we learn some other top college course? Okay, all of the learning matters. That's what I feel. But more important is how are you projecting that learning? So keep going back to those 3 questions. What do you know? How are you using it? If you're not putting that in shape somewhere, how are you using that? All of your learning remains on paper. I can show you a resume which I got yesterday with 6 pages and first 2 pages were only about certifications. Now, what do I do with such resume where it's only filled with certifications, but I don't know how that person has used it. Focus on what do you know and how are you going to use it? What have you done? Demonstrate that on your resume. If 2 things like a project and course are related, how do we coordinate? Talk about them in such a way so that you have a connection. So if you have done a course and you've also done a project on it, there's no harm in putting them together. Talk about a project and also say there that you did a course to learn more about that so that you could implement it in your project. It reflects such broadly about you. It tells that you are going to, you're willing to go to that extra mile to learn something and to put it into practice. That's how you have to make your resume. What should be included in interests and hobbies? Reading is considered a good hobby if you have used it. So I'll tell you about an experience I saw on LinkedIn, a person who mentioned about his IIM interview. And he said that he was stuck at a particular interview in IIM Bangalore. And that's when suddenly the topic veered towards discussion on books. And this person started talking about Harry Potter and what lessons that he had learned from Harry Potter series. And the whole interview focused on that. I'm not saying it will happen with all of you. I'm just saying anything you do, if you're passionate about it, talk about how that has influenced you and it will work for you. Change your resume depending on company and its requirements. Remember my first point, the resume is about you. It's not about the company. If you have something which you can offer to the company, mention it. But don't think of changing your resume for every organization, for every requirement, because then you are working backwards. Then you are looking at the company and saying, okay, how do I fit my resume? It does not work. Resume is about you. Remember that. Wonderful. Thank you so much for these fantastic questions. Let me move ahead and we'll take some more questions. I'll just spend another possibly 10 minutes in talking and then welcome all the questions you have. Okay, so let me go back to sharing my screen. Okay, so this is where we were. So I'm just going to take a quick movement into the interview space. Now let me talk about what we did in the initial survey. We talked about saying the interview is the tougher part. So let me tell you, if you have made your resume well, interview will be a breeze. Because what you're doing in interview is living the resume, nothing more. If you have done all the homework while preparing your resume, if you have gone through the experiences, the journey, the stories, you have made it. Who better than you to recall them? And that's where I say something which I recommend to all of you. Make your resume on your own. You can use any template, you can use any format, you can use help from people who are better in language than you, put that in, but make your resume. The content has to be yours. It has to belong to you. You have to own that space. So that when you come to interview, what happens in an interview? See, let's think of an examination scenario. I actually equate an interview with an examination. So if you're going to give an exam, what is it that you want? What if the questions which come in exam are the same ones which you want to be asked? Also think, if you can get the questions which you want, you can suggest the questions which you want to be asked. So these are two different aspects. So one is you say that, okay, I am good at this particular topic and I want a question on that in the exam so that I can, beat it. And the second thing he says, okay, within this topic, this is the question I want to be asked. Now think about the same from an interview perspective. What if an interviewer was to ask you the question which you want to answer? And is it possible? It is possible, and it's very much in your control. So the process starts from your resume. When I said you give emphasis to something, you are immediately giving a cue to your interviewer to ask questions on that particular topic. And as you start talking about that particular, let's say it's about a project which you have done, and this is something you love to talk about and you have excelled in that. The moment a question comes about the project, you are all out in terms of talking about it, your experience. That's when your emotions come out because you're excited to talk about it. So that's the first thing. You have got the bull by the horns when you make the interviewer ask a question which you want. The other kind of question in an interview is what a commonly asked question is. The most common asked question in an interview is, tell me something about yourself. Invariably, that's used as an icebreaker. So the interviewer doesn't know you. You don't know the interviewer. So you both start with if you think about a grid of knowledge and ability to talk about that knowledge, you're starting at a place where you don't know each other. So the interviewer wants you to open up. Now, if you use this opportunity of open-ended questions in terms of tell me something about yourself, use it to describe, what do you normally say? And again, this happens. A majority of people just revise or recite their resume. They will start by saying, this is where I did my schooling, this is where I did my college, this is a subject I studied, this is a project I do. But that's not what you are. When you're saying, tell me something about yourself, I'm asking about who are you? That's an opportunity to take charge. Talk about what have you learned, what have you done? That's what you're talking about. Any kind of question you get in interview, prepare to answer it in a way which brings the interviewer to your territory. Like we say in cricket, the home ground. Once you have the interviewer in a home ground, then you have a field day. How can you do that? The basic thing is your resume. You have to live your resume. I say that again and again. So let's look at an example of emphasis. So this is a resume of a person who is involved in risk management. This is the headline of the resume. It starts with that. No objective, no aspiration, nothing. The CV starts by saying, I've demonstrated experience in end-to-end risk management. And then he goes on to explain what is end-to-end risk management, gap assessment, review, controls, monitoring, activities, reporting. It's covered everything. And the next thing talks about how many audits has he done, where has he led the team, what kind of scores he achieved. This part, fills up half a page of the resume. And if I am an interviewer, I am going to go deeper into this. I want to know, how did he achieve the exceptional score with the SEBI audit? What kind of applications did he audit? So as a candidate, I've got the interviewer where I want. This is an example of emphasis. So like one of you asked, if I know a lot of things, what do I talk about all? Talk about all. But what is it that you want the interviewer to ask has to be the topmost. Bring it up. That's where you gain the advantage. Remember this, go back to this again and again. If you do this part right, if you're talking about what you know, what you do, and you have answered these questions correctly, 9 out of 10 times the interviewer will ask you a question which is what you want him to ask. A lot of people put their academics up front. If you think that's what you want the interviewer to talk about, do that. If you don't want the interview to focus on your academics first, what is the need to put that up front? If you want to talk about your projects, put them right on top. Don't hide them below. Don't talk about the workshops up front when you don't want to discuss that. If you want to talk about a particular internship, which is where you did wonders or you learned something, that has to be on top. If you want to talk about a particular subject which you are really good at and that's where your passion lies, put that on top. Think of your resume as a document. See, let's remember one thing, an interviewer in current times, and especially in current times, I'm talking about, an interview does not last beyond 30 to 35 minutes. 35 minutes is what you've got. If your interviewer starts talking about things which you're not really strong on, the first impression which an interviewer gets is, okay, maybe all of the content in this resume is similar. That's not an impression you want to create. If towards the end of the interview, there are some things where you slip, it's absolutely fine, because you would have already impressed the interviewer. And you would, he or she may think, okay, this is one odd area where this person is slightly, not that strong. But what if those things come right at top? That's where you can make a mistake. Okay, I see a hand up. Yeah, sure, please go ahead. Someone's hand up I saw. I think it's been down. Okay, fine. So focus on this. And I'm emphasizing on this again and again because this one part will ensure all your later miseries are removed from the interview. So let me take you to the 3 things which you should do to enjoy your interview. So as I said again and again, live your resume. When I say live your resume, everything that is in your resume you should know. I'm not talking about memorizing it. I'm talking about something which you have written, so you don't need to write. So think about if you're writing a story. If you have written a story, you would know it without really memorizing it. If you write a poem, you know it without memorizing. If you're a cricketer, if you have played a particular shot 100 times, you know it in your dreams. It works like that. Your resume is something which you have built. You will know it. And if you're able to live it in the interview, it takes care of everything else. 2 things which should never do in an interview: never bluff. It's a common temptation, especially towards the end of an interview. If it is going great, a lot of students tend to get into a category and talk slightly higher about themselves rather than actually what they are. This is a trap. And believe me, interviewers are good enough to notice a bluff. So avoid it strictly. Stick to what you are. If there is something which is a weakness in your resume, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Your setbacks, your weaknesses, your failures are things which make you what you are. And I'm telling you this, the world today is more sympathetic towards failures because everyone understands that there are possibilities. We are not 100% perfect. We don't succeed in everything we do. Provided you also display what you learned from those failures and how did you implement. I can recall a particular interview in a campus we had a couple of years back. And this was a premier campus, and the candidate we were interviewing had actually failed in a couple of subjects in his first year. And when we talked about it, the candidate was very, very candid, and he said that I got into some kind of interests which harmed my studies, and I actually let it go because I was not motivated enough to study. But when I failed, I realized that this is something which I'm losing out, and I came back. And you believe me, the percentages of that candidate in the next 3 years were stupendous. This is something which you don't have to be shy about or be apologetic about. It's absolutely okay. Any failure, no need to hide. Any kind of people you have worked with, bring them out. Live it up. Don't be casual is my last checkpoint to you. Very often, this is used as a tactics by the interviewer to lure you into a trap. They will cut a joke and they will see how do you respond to it. Feel free to laugh on a joke because that's something which you can do. but don't take it so casual that you start cutting joke back. That's something be careful about. If it's an informal discussion, be informal within limits. That's something, be very, very careful. Don't be casual on presenting your resume, in dressing up, in your grooming, the way you talk. Be natural. If the language does not come naturally to you, there's nothing wrong about it. Talk about what you can. If you are unable to put the right kind of sentences in your resume, there are lots of help available. If you're unable to form grammatically correct sentences, there's something called Grammarly, which helps you correct sentences. Take help. No worries. Go ahead. Not everyone knows everything. And as someone said, I am all for a vernacular language CV, if that's what you want to talk about. But be clear whether it's going to be accepted. A lot of people nowadays are talking about a video resume. You know, it does. If it works for you, go ahead. But don't use it just because everyone wants to do it. Because a video resume can make or break things for you if you're not very strong or good at it. And typically video resume is being used by people who are in kind of a industry where you want to display your talent. So if you are in a particular art form, or if you have a talent which can be showcased, you are into modeling, or you're into art or drawing or something like that. Otherwise, it's more of an intro. So use things in moderation. Don't use anything casually. I have seen resumes which have been Xeroxed 100 times, and so they have black lines on them. That's very casual. You avoid that. It doesn't harm you to take an additional printout. Nowadays, you don't even need a printout. Send a good PDF. You know, just ensure when they're sending a mail, make it respectful, make it formal. Take care of these things. Your resume and your interview together is what gets you a job, if you want it. And my last advice to you is, if you're not getting a job based on your resume and interview, absolutely okay. I have attended interviews in my early part of life where I have not got through jobs, and I realized what mistakes I made later. Go ahead. There are possibilities you may miss out. Prepare well, but if you don't get it, there's nothing to be disheartened. There's one factor which I've seen in a lot of students who get depressed and they feel that there's something wrong with their resume. Once you have made your resume and you are confident that it's talking about who you are, you can share it with your friends, you can share it with a couple of people, seniors who can give you an advice, run it through them. But after that, if things are not working out, don't think of changing the resume. Think of how you can express yourself better when you go to an interview. Because in a resume can take you only so far, right? This is what I had to share with you in terms of my insights. We can go on talking about these topics, but let's look at some questions on both interviews as well as resume and see where we can help answer some of them. Let me stop sharing. If there is any particular slide you want me to refer back to while you ask question, please feel free to let me know so that we can do that. But we can have questions meanwhile. If anyone wants to unmute and talk about that, please feel free. It will be good to hear some voices. If you're not comfortable talking, please feel free to put in the chat.
I wanted to ask a question, if I may.
Sure, Nikhil.
So a lot of people are looking for jobs in different fields, like coming from mechanical engineering, but looking to go into software. And that scenario is very common.
Absolutely.
So how do you advise those students to display their skills and talent on the resume?
Okay, wonderful. That's a question which comes across very often. So there are multiple kinds of skills which we all have. You know, there's something called transferable skills. So I'm sure some of you would have come across these terms. Transferable skills are what we denote as skills which can be transferred from any industry to any other. So let me give you an example. Before I come to the specific example which Dr. Nikhil raised, let me give you an example of what kind of people we have been hiring. So I do a lot of work with banks, and there has been a huge demand for people from telecom industry. The reason is telecom is one of the first movers in terms of consumer service. They have set up huge call centers. They know the kind of challenges which come, and banks want to capitalize on that experience. There is a lot of demand for people coming from specific industry like media, who can offer suggestions in terms of how to create content for people who are, let's say, banking, how to create demo videos, how to create an app which will be, which will have a great user interface or a user experience. So these are the skills which are transferable. So coming to question which Dr. Gupta asked, what are the transferable skills which you have which can be good in software industry? Software industry is all about solving problems. So some of you may have done some coding courses. What exactly coding does is to take you into a sphere where you understand how to break a problem down, how to build the solution for it. Look at these transferable skills you have. So example of analytics, which I gave earlier. If you have wonderful skills in analytics and visualization, that's a skill which can be transferred. It doesn't matter if you are a mechanical or a metallurgical engineer, or if you're working with a software company, helping them use the knowledge of metallurgy in terms of their field, some kind of a material knowledge which you can take out and talk about it in a, let's say, a mobile manufacturer. These are the skills which are transferable. Look at projecting your transferable skills wherever you can. That's where your hobbies, your interests come out, because those skills too are transferable. So an example which I'm giving you, an example of a latest CV. Again, we came across a candidate who was average in terms of academics, but we saw he had great skills in terms of gaming. He had organized gaming sessions in his society. He was leading that gaming thing. He had a brilliant mind in terms of looking at the flaws in game, in terms of giving feedback. That's an eye for the detail. That's the quality which people want in whether it's an operations kind of a role. These are transferable. So think of all these skills or qualities which you have, which can be transferred, which can be taken out from one industry and which can be put into another. That's how you present your resume. Does that answer, Nikhil? Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, definitely. And I'm particularly interested because, I came from metallurgy.
Yes.
And became a professor of mechanical engineering, and now I work in cybersecurity.
Right, absolutely.
And your tips are going to help me reformulate my resume quite a bit, because this is always a challenge, that where do my core skills go?
True.
Versus where I'm going to go next is going to show up on my resume. So thank you for sharing all that insight. It's really a very enlightening lecture.
Thank you. So Aditya says, how does a gap year in education affect the interview process? Aditya, if there is a justifiable reason for that gap, it's absolutely okay. Let me see if I have the example of a resume. We had a candidate who had continuously falling. I'm giving a slightly different example. A candidate whose percentages were falling continuously from schooling to graduation to post-grad. And very often that candidate was getting stuck in that area. When we talked to that candidate, we realized that he was self-funding his education by working in evening shifts with some company. And that's the reason he was unable to devote time. But when you talked about that, he was wonderful in terms of what he knew and how he was applying his knowledge. So don't worry about these things. These are what I call a category of handicaps. All of us have handicaps. Some of us have knowledge handicap, some of us have language handicap. A gap year is also a handicap. If you have justifiable reason for that, nothing to worry about. Go ahead, and even you don't need to really blow your trumpet on it. But if it is asked, and if you can justify it, nothing to be ashamed. Be yourself. That's what I say. Don't worry. How can we make interviewer ask questions on which we are good at? So Shabazz, that's where the emphasis on resume comes. If your resume, if I have, as an interviewer, if I have to dig down in your resume to find what to ask, then I may often land at something which you may not be comfortable with. So you have to help the interviewer find what you want him or them to ask. Put it up front, put it in a way which is very easy for the interviewer to understand. So a 30-minute interview, you have to ensure that you are asked only things which you emphasize. If you take that, let's say if you're strong in something and you go by a chronological order and put it on the third page, you may not really get the interviewer to ask what you want. So I hope you get the drift which I'm talking about. Put it up front. Anything you want to talk about has to be up front. What should we write in hobbies section? Priyanshu. Okay, let's talk about what hobby you have. Priyanshu, would you want to unmute and tell me one of the hobbies you have? Or if you want, you can put it on chat as well. So let me take that as an example and see if I can help you understand it better.
From last few months during lockdown, I have read almost 10 novels. So I think I am developing reading novels now as a hobby.
So how are you using that thing, Priyanshu? Have you applied it to something? Are you getting ideas to write better? Are you using that knowledge to share it with someone? Are those knowledge helping you create a kind of a fiction which you want? Do you teach someone? That's what you have to
Yeah,
draw out.
yeah. Mostly I read self-help books, and
Right.
how can I um, make money or something like that. So
Okay.
presently, I have no such an example where I can directly put those knowledge, but I think I'm gaining something from reading.
Sure. So two questions you have to answer, Priyanshu. One is, do you want to really talk about this in the interview? If yes, if the answer is yes, then find a way to do something about it. So like you said, you're reading self-help books, and this period has been really tough for many people. So can you use that knowledge to counsel people? Are you talking to others who are distressed? That's what you have to talk about. And you can clearly say that I utilize this period to read 10 self-help books and I helped so many people by talking about it. Creating a forum, you can do an online session by getting your family members on a Google call, whatever it is. What I'm saying is, if you have done something and you want to talk about it, look at what have you done with it. Because just by saying that I've read 10 self-help books and that has helped me, that's fine. But how are you going to use that knowledge? Are you one who will absorb knowledge and you will not share it with others? Do you want to project that? That may not work. Find out a way to say that what you have done with that knowledge. If it has helped you come out of something which you are going through, that's a positive, because then that shows you're good at finding solutions for your problems, and you can use various methods. You can search out things and work it out. That's also wonderful. So my only point is, look at what you know and project it in terms of what you've done with it. That's it. Any hobby, any functional knowledge, any kind of qualification, certification, anything you talk about, this is the question you have to answer. If someone is very good in singing and they have used this kind of now I'm just giving a very generic example, someone who has used this lockdown to take some lessons in terms of singing and keyboard, and they are using it to help someone else or to better their own skills to keep themselves positive, that's also a skill. So don't just say I like singing, say that singing is, I've used singing as a positive tool in lockdown to keep me charged up, to keep my motivation, keep my focus. That's something positive. This is a very broad example, but you can have examples specific to yourself. If you're taking online courses, which is someone who has taken a French course, language course while you are in a lockdown, you're talking about, you're not standing still, you're moving ahead. What people want to see is, this is a pandemic which has affected the whole world. You can look at it in two ways. Either you can wait for things to normalize, whatever that normal is going to be, and keep waiting, or you can do things and be prepared when that normal happens. So everyone in last 4 months, if you see any industry, any person, people are looking at adapting and doing new things. I was doing workshop trainings for two days before the lockdown happened. And when we moved on to online space, the company said, no one has time for a 2-day virtual shop. Can you give it to me in 90-minute bites? A 90-minute bite is something which is a proprietary tool of MindGym. MindGym says that people lose attention after 90 minutes. So we had to adapt those 2-day courses into 4 sessions of 90 minutes, which can be done in a single day. All I'm trying to say is, are you using a problem to get a solution or solve something? Project it. Yatharth says, I'm being a little specific, but does creative writing and public speaking also count as hobby? Why not? Creative writing, if you are good at writing, can you write good research reports as well? Writing is a tool which can be used anywhere. If you are good at creative writing, can you create content which can help others? If you are a public speaker, are you able to motivate others? Are you able to project a thought? If you are functionally strong, and like Professor Nikhil Gupta does in many workshops, he has that ability to project what he has done and get a kind of a buy-in or take people along with him on that journey of research. So that's where public speaking comes in. Anything which you do is part of you. I'm saying that again and again at cost of repetition. So don't think about anything. So Mehul answer, same answer: poetry, blog, drawing, painting, photography, those are all part of you. But let me caution you, don't get too excited about putting only that on your resume. That's part of you, so don't miss that out. But you won't get a job by saying that I write poetry only. I hope I get, there is a sense of balance which is required. Talk about how poetry or blogging has helped you, what kind of blogs you write, what kind of followers you have, what kind of discussions you are able to start because of blog. I don't know how many of you write on LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is a platform which is a fantastic professional space. You can write about anything and you can get comments and views from people who are into similar field. You should use Quora as a platform to talk about what you do, because that's where, even without a resume, you create an impression. You don't need to really wait to pass on a resume to someone. Create a presence, a digital presence for yourself. Put up a, when you think of your resume, think of a good LinkedIn profile. Put it up, talk about what you do, what you share. People want to look at you as a whole, because they don't, nowadays no job is, you know, unconnected. Even if you are going to sit, even if you are let's say a strong research person, you're going to work with people, you're going to collaborate with other teams, you're going to work with companies, you know, a corporate or a college partnership. It's all about doing many things together. I hope I have answered the questions which had come up on the space. If there's anything else, please feel free to talk about any specific instance which you have faced or you would want some more light on. Okay, we have nothing here. So thank you all of you for your time and listening and for the wonderful questions. And this has been a session where I've got some of the questions which I've got are really good, and I think I'm going to use them in future for my workshops as well. And thanks all of you for joining. I hope this really helps you in terms of formulating your resume. And I look forward to many such more sessions interacting with all of you in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for information and so, on the topic of resume building and interview preparation. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you so much. In that session is on the topic of entrepreneurship, and it will be taken by Mr. Akash. There is one minute.
Mr. Akash has joined. He has joined.
Okay. So, Mr. Akash is graduated from MIT Graduate in 2002, gold medalist in electronics information. He worked for several renowned firms prior to a full-time interview. He started his career with a P-Dot and later worked with mentor graphics and then award-winning startup. Over this period, he worked on development of frameworks, requiring multidisciplinary knowledge and solving key business intensity. The career path is influenced for him until he was with all of high technology to the development. With this diverse experience, he emerged as a project architect to see with the necessary technology and soft skills essentially for success in that field of career as a project as high technology architect. During the moonlighting session on his hobby project, he becomes painfully aware of the limitation of the conventional mechanical synthesizer. The assessment of its huge potential coupled with his vision and of the technological future. At 18, he had figured from 7 and he took up full-time interviews from others. Now, he's the founder of our 3D, which provides 3D creative products. Sir, I would like you to call upon the 3D.
Hello. Can I start now? Well, sir.
Yes, please, you can start. Akashji?
Sure, got it.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. R.K. Goyal for giving me this opportunity to address the great audience that we have here. And of course, Dr. Gupta is here. And then the earlier talk by Subramani ji, like it was wonderful. It was mm, like it has been very enlightening, and I've been able to take away a lot of learnings from that. Uh, Now, I am myself being an alumni of MNIT. It is like a pleasure to address the audience here. I'm given to understand that most of the audience is the student crowd, and you are from metallurgy and mechanical primarily, but then we have audience from all the branches. So I'm going to share, the content is going to be like, of course, what we've been doing and the impact that we're trying to create, but at the same time, the technical aspects is also there. We are going to share that and have a, hopefully interesting discussion on that. As the speaker I was introduced, I am running a company by the name AHA 3D Innovations Private Limited, and we are primarily into research and development of unique 3D printers. So to start with, I would like to share a very differentiated. I hope the screen is available.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the first leg of my talk is going to be about larger than life 3D printing. This is a very new upcoming space where 3D printing is going to contribute a lot, hopefully in the new upcoming future. Then the second leg of the talk is going to be about product development using 3D printing that we took up, and I myself was taken through a kind of a crash course, and we created a relevant product during the lockdown pandemic situation. So I'm going to share that journey and also share the behind the scenes talk about that, and then some technical brainstorming, some interesting discussions. So that is the agenda of this discussion from my side. To begin with, what exactly do I mean by larger than life 3D printing? So 3D printing itself has evolved, like it has been, like classically it has been small sized 3D printers which produce proof of concept models, like scaled down models of some concept or idea where we can create models rapidly and ideate upon them to close down upon the design and come to production stage. Then there has been a life-size 3D printing. So colloquially, not just in 3D printing, but the term life-size in art or in anything, it means like life-size is the scale of a human being. So anything which is at the scale of a human being is considered a life-size object. So of course, it is like an empirical definition. Don't take it by the word and cross-check it in theory, but it's a colloquial term. So when we talk about larger than life, then we are talking about huge sized, as in, so we have recently come up with a 10 cross 10 cross 10 feet 3D printer, which is like basically a 1000 cubic feet build volume 3D printer. And it has opened up an entire new avenue of possibilities. And it has also thrown in a whole new set of challenges and learnings, which is the content of this talk. So this is the 3D printer that I was mentioning about. It is of course the rendering of the 3D printer, which was created before the whole thing was created. And I would say that it's not more than, I would say, 10 companies globally are giving a go at this scale of 3D printing. And we are also happy to see that yes, Jaipur is one of those locations where such work is going on. And of course, you're always welcome to come visit us at your comfort, or explore more. It's a very technically enlightening experience. So again, one more rendering of the thing. And here, when the machine was being assembled, we recorded a time-lapse video of the creation of the machine. So I'm just going to play it out. It is just a very small clip, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, but it will be interesting to you as engineers. So you could see how this rendering is coming to life in this particular video. And the frame of this machine is like 21 cross 21 feet in footprint, and the height is approximately 17 feet, and a build volume of 10 cross 10 cross 10 cubic feet. And yeah, another interesting feature is that the 3D printer uses pellets for creating the objects as opposed to filaments, because quite simply at this scale, the filaments would mean a huge running expense in terms of material, because they, like, even the cheapest one of them are 1000 rupees per kg, while the pellets are in the vicinity of 150 odd rupees per kg, which is like approximately 10 times reduction in running cost. So after the machine was assembled and it was operational, the very first print that we did was a 3D printed statue of Lord Ganesha. And of course, as you know, typical Indians, we kind of 3D print Ganpati statue on every printer that we make. The first print is without fail, it's a Ganpati statue, and in this case, it was a 10 feet tall printer. So we ended up making a 10 feet tall statue of Lord Ganesha, which was first in the world result in itself. So here is a time lapse of the 3D printing in action, which I'm going to play for you. So that was the 3D printing of the statue, which was the very first 3D coming out of this. In fact, there's a very beautiful story behind this experience. There's a association called the Indian Additive Manufacturing Forum. It is basically created like an organic association which was created by companies like ourselves. And it's India-wide, there are approximately 250 companies as part of this body. And this Ganpati statue was a common contribution. It was not created only by us. I mean, we were a lot of companies came together, and it was there was no money transacted during this entire this project. And then once this statue was made, it was brought. It was it traveled all across the nation as a proof of concept or as a showcase of what 3D printing can actually achieve. And we documented that journey of this statue in the form of this storybook. Of course, you can download all of this from the AHA 3D website, but I'm just going to scroll this so that you can appreciate the magnitude and the beauty of this whole thing. So it was done by, say, approximately 10 companies, all active in the 3D printing space. The statue itself was 5 feet cross 5 feet, cross 10 feet in height, and 200 kilos. It was created in 3 days total build time, and it was created from natural PETG pellets. When natural, as in it is like naturally PETG is transparent, so it is transparent pellets from PETG material, right? So it was in the December last year. It was 3D printed, and then after a small prayer ceremony, it was sent off to Mumbai, where it was showcased in the AM Tech Expo in the Bombay Exhibition Ground, and it had its due recognition in Jaipur's newspapers and things like that. Um, then it was so in Mumbai, these two companies contributed to the to take part of to take care of that part, leg where Sahas Softtech did some post process on this statue. Then the Solid Space Technologies. This is a Nashik-based company who contributed the raw material of the statue. Technolexis is a Hyderabad-based company, and they contributed to the logistics of the statue. Then it was sent over to Pune, where it was showcased in the Abhinav Kala Mahavidyalaya. So it's a very old and a very respected place for artists and sculptors. So it was showcased there, and the power of 3D printing was communicated. 3D Adda. So this gentleman called Vicky, he's a very brilliant digital artist. So he did the CAD modeling for this statue, and when doing that, he ensured that it can be, so all the design for manufacturability aspects were taken care, and a large part of the success is because of the way that the CAD model was created. It should not fail. It should not need a lot of supports, and I mean, there's a lot of thought that goes into a great CAD model, which is design aware actually. Right. Likewise, Marco Polo. So this is how then it went over to Hyderabad, then Vijayawada, then over to, right now it is in Kota, and then the lockdown happened, and all of this came to an unexpected end. But well, this was the small story behind it. So for the technically oriented, this is a small clip which shows the close-up of the printing process. The layer height is 4 millimeters. I hope that many of you understand 3D printing, the FDM layer deposition process. So this was a 15 mm thick wall with 4 mm layer thickness and extruded directly from pellets. I'm just going to play this small clip so you can appreciate the close-up of the process. Yeah, so that's it. Uh, the the extruder head is designed to put out 10 kilograms of material per hour. In real world, when it is printing, there is a lot of motion happening, acceleration and deceleration, and then the start and stop. It is not printing all the time. So on an average, it comes to approximately 3 kgs per hour. This is a small video which shows the way we were testing the extruder. So this is how 10 kg, this is a 10 kg per hour extrusion. The speed is that I wanted to share in this video. Yeah, I can see that Shreya has raised hand. So Shreya, please go ahead with your question. Hello. Okay, never mind. Well, then we also created this 1:1 skill model of the Q car, so-called. So it is designed by the World University of Design, based in the Delhi NCR region, and they created this concept model of a electric vehicle, which does not need reversing. It is designed specifically to be driven in congested areas, and this is the final 3D printed model of the same project. This is like a 450 kg print, and overall dimensions are 2.5 meter cross 1.6 meter cross 1.6 meter. So this is how the main body of the vehicle is printed. This is the designers of the vehicle which are sitting inside the body, and then this is the platform, the skateboard of the vehicle, and this is the same vehicle which is displayed in the Auto Expo in February in New Delhi. Sorry, in Greater Noida, it was exhibited. Right. So you can always go through the details of this on the website aha3d.in if you are interested. On top of that, we have successfully printed furniture from the 3D printer. Basically, anything is now possible at a really reasonable production rate and scale. One more photo for those who are interested in the technicalities. This is the wheel cap of the vehicle, which is printed at 1 millimeter layer height. This is to give an idea about what kind of precision and finish we can achieve from such a setup. So at scale also we can achieve a reasonably good surface finish and layer accuracy. If you notice the edge of this surface over here, it is pretty much laying on top of each other, and there is the surface smoothness is a very reasonable degree, right? So this was it about the 3D printer, and now over to a set of learnings and challenges that we faced. So the first challenge or the first enlightenment that happened was because pellets are not really used for 3D printing very commonly. So we were expecting challenges or problems to run into problems when we are printing with pellets. For example, we were hoping that the material will keep oozing out of the extruder, even though we don't want to extrude, because there's a very long melt zone and all. But again, we were pleasantly surprised that this was not the case, and we could control the flow of material relatively easily. And but one very interesting observation was that the cooling time of layer was significantly higher than when we use small, when we are printing in small dimensions, because naturally we are depositing a lot of volume of plastic, and it is not dissipating away heat as fast as needed, and it is always gooey for a very long time. So that helped to some extent by improving the interlayer bonding. but that also was a disadvantage because you need to have a reasonable structural stability of one layer before you deposit one more layer on top of that. So because of this less structural stability in regions where we were printing very rapidly, then the lower layers were collapsing down when the new layers were coming up. So some sort of an active cooling or some smart way of handling it is necessary. Then one more observation was a lot of internal stresses get built up into such parts. And we observed spontaneous breakage of parts many a times. So, so we handled that primarily by modifying the part geometry. And we observed that if the layer thickness is constant and it's a relatively homogeneous structure, then the internal stresses are not so big a problem. Right. So we could manage these projects by having a constant wall thickness and a relatively lesser infill. But of course, annealing is the probably the right solution, long-term solution to remove the stresses from the part once it is printed. And then one very interesting learning was that effect of ambient temperature. It is very pronounced in such prints. So it was printed mostly in December and January timeframe is when we created prints, and it was winters, of course. And Rajasthan winters are typically like night times it is really chilly, and during the day it is at maybe 5 degrees, or there's a large gradient of temperature, difference of temperature across the day. So during the print, we can clearly see that this part of print is created during the night and this during the day. And it would reflect in terms of transparency of the material. During the night, the transparency was lesser, and during the day, it was more. So the learning is that there has to be a stable ambient temperature. It does not need to be a specific degree Celsius, but it needs to be stable to get reasonably good outputs. So these were the learnings that I wanted to share. Then there are more possibilities from such structures, like we can add robotic handling of materials, like we can inject objects like bricks, or we probably some embedded devices, circuits, or RF tags into the print while it is happening. So all of this can be possible. We can also do mixing on the go. Uh, so, so for example, if you're printing concrete, we need it to solidify very fast before the next layer comes in. So, but we cannot pre-mix the concrete as is done in these days when ready-mix concrete is used, because the settling time will be really fast. So we can develop heads like this where on-the-go mixing happens and then it is deposited as soon as it is mixed. So all of this is possible, right? Uh, so likewise, we have also worked on other 3D printers. Like this one is a 600 per side 3D printer, and this one that you see here is a 1.5 meter long 3D printer. Again, all of these are used in industries where 3D printed patterns and molds are being created. So this was the content that I, would like to share about larger than life 3D printing. Over to a very interesting project that we did during the pandemic, last 4 months work. But before that, I'd like to invite some questions if you have any on the content so far. There can be some good interaction here. If there are questions, kindly type it in the chat box.
If I may ask a general question.
Yes, Dr. Nikhil.
Can you please say something about why did you want to become entrepreneur? And talk about some of the challenges that you faced, because I think you had a pretty good career in corporate and eventually you gave it up to become an entrepreneur, which is not an easy thing. इसको कहते हैं ना बहुत धक्के खाने पड़ते हैं. And it's really not an easy thing. So some of the learnings that came from that experience from transitioning, It'll be great to hear about them.
Sure, Dr. Nikhil, thanks for this question. I'd love to talk to any length of time because it's been a lifelong thing. But I'd just try to, address this point for maybe another 2 or 3 minutes, the highlights of it.
आकाश जी
जी सर
स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत पसंद आएगा आप अपनी स्टोरी जैसे निखिल गुप्ता जी ने बोला ना वो शेयर करिएगा प्लीज
okay sure but please let me know the duration that I should speak on, like 5 minutes is okay
नहीं हम आपको रोक देंगे आप आराम से शेयर करिएगा क्यों गुप्ता जी इज इट ओके
Yeah, go in detail because this is a diverse audience really looking into the entrepreneurship experience. We are looking for these graduating engineers to be inspired to take entrepreneurship.
Okay. I got the point. Of course, so the key message that I'd like to put through is that entrepreneurship is meant for people like me. In fact, I am just like the audience that I'm pretty sure is listening to me right now. And maybe only just a few years back, I was in the same college and studying the same courseware in the same premises that the students are listening to. But I actually like it's a different. Please allow me to search for a presentation that will give a structure and insight into what just a minute. I'm sorry for this small digression, but I'm sure it will become very interesting if I'm able to find that presentation. It will not take a long time though.
No, Akash ji, you take your own time, no problem.
Okay, thanks for that. So I don't think I'll be able to find something right now because, but maybe I'll just wing through this part because anyway, as Mr. Subramani was saying that it is basically you are just sharing your life, so it is the same way. I got interested into hands-on applications of engineering very early in my life. I was fortunate to be exposed specifically to electronics by my cousin brother who was elder to me. And those days it was the story of like the tape recorders, the cassette recorders were very common. And what he did was, which was the turning point of my life, was he basically brought together two tape recorders, which were small mono. So there were two things. One is mono tape recorders, other was stereo tapes. So stereo is basically content for both of your ears is separately recorded on the tape. That is stereo. Mono is like only one track is there on the tape. So he basically brought together two mono tape recorders and created a stereo tape out of that. So that was a very enlightening and an eye-opening experience. That okay, you can play to this an extent and go create this much impact by simply fiddling around. And then I grew a kind of love for audio during that point of time, to such an extent that I actually earned a seat as as a PhD candidate in the University of Surrey in audio electronics. But then nature had some other plans. But anyway, so that was the start, and I started tinkering with electronics. And then MNIT and a seat in electronics department was the golden that thing for me at one point of time. And then I was fortunate enough to secure a seat also. So I was selected in metallurgy, and Goyal sir, don't bash me for this, but I was in metallurgy, and I earned a change of branch in the first year and went to electronics. And the next 3 years were kind of the dream come true. And we did a lot of projects. We grew a very good circle of friends who would be sitting in the labs and making robots and hacking things, and then we would go to competitions. And basically what happened was a positive cycle of a positive spiral started happening. And these successes we would get appreciated and recognized, and we would take on increasingly bigger challenges. But all of this romance with the technology and while running uh, came to an abrupt end when the college years ended. And then I was faced with a brick wall, realization that now I have to join a job somewhere. And uh, till the last day of the college, there is always some goal, some target for which you are working. It might be your semester exams, or it might be some competition, or something or the other, or some campus interview. But in the job, what my perception was that what will be that next goal that I need to be working for, because the society puts a totally different expectation. You're basically supposed to find a stable source of income and then go get married, then get a home loan, and sit down, have kids. I mean but as engineer or maybe a maker that I'd like to call myself, that didn't really appeal a lot. And when I graduated in 2002, internship was not really a popular option. I didn't know that I can actually be an entrepreneur and start my own thing and kind of. But all said and done, I was among the fortunate people who had the golden campus, so to say, the top three companies. So C dot picked me up, and again there was a 2 years of very great experience with C dot, and it was all immersed in deep technology and electronics. We were at that point in time in 2003. We were working on WCDMA, which was at least 10 years ahead of its time. And I again got to play with really expensive electronics and got to program DSPs, which were like a single DSP was worth 1.5 lakh rupees. And that was the kind of hardware I got to play with. And but all said and done, then again that positive spiral didn't happen till I came into entrepreneurship. So parallelly to all this, I was maintaining a lab in my home where I these ideas like so when I had my daughter, I thought of making a diaper who would give an alarm when she would wet the diaper. So the say projects this is one example, but then this and some other examples, gadgets. We can think wildly and can make those things. So for all this, there was a lab that I used to maintain in home, and my ideal life was always separate from the life that I used to do in my professional hours. So all of this finally culminated into deciding that okay, I won't be really able to fulfill, to really live up to what I want to if I don't let go of the security of the job. So I didn't really have any clarity when I put in my papers. Uh, 11 years ago, I didn't have any clarity how the I'll earn. I also had a proverbial home loan was there. My daughter was again 9 months old when I left the job. So all sorts of challenges were there, but the confidence was that okay, there was this confidence that my employer, if he is paying me 3 lakh rupees per month, then he is earning 30 lakh rupees from me. Only then he can afford to pay me 3 lakhs. So if he can use me so nicely, can't I use myself so nicely that I can at least earn just to earn my living? So this was the key, thought, one of the key thoughts, and which gave me conviction that okay, we'll figure it out. Uh, then well, I left my job, and then there was this fuel of another 6 to 8 months before the money must start coming in. So then what happened was, so this gun was always on the head that okay, you need to be really productive in this entrepreneurship path. You need to actually make a sale, otherwise this all will come to naught, and you just have to go back. So. Uh, so yeah, within next 6 months, we actually created the 3D printer, the first 3D printer, and actually made a sale. And the fortunate thing was that we were ahead of our time at that point of time. So in 2012, we made a 100% Indian 3D printer, which was at least 1.5 years before a competitor came in the scenario. So we got in touch with people who were ahead of their own times across the nation, and they were our customers. So they were very understanding and very, very supporting, and they were willing to struggle with us to get their 3D printer working. And they were not like your typical customers who would trouble you and bash you if the product is not working. They were more like tinkerers themselves. So it was a blessing all the way actually. And then we kept growing 100% year upon year. In the first year, I was able to earn 12 lakh rupees. I mean, a turnover of 12 lakh rupees. The second year it was 25, third year it was 60, fourth year it was, we crossed 1 crore rupees. So that's how it is, a very linear progression, but 100% year on year. And somehow it all became sustainable. And our focus was never on, traditional business as such. It was always on playing with technology and exploring what can we actually do, all the way to the limits. So once this company was started, the overlap, the hobby life and the professional life actually overlapped. And with the lab, that was the very tiny section of my home. Now the entire company is that, and it is like a huge, huge playground and a fun thing to go. So I actually look forward to that kind of joy all the time. So yes, this is how it has played out, and all the time it has been, just being true to what you want to do, and then the nature takes care of a lot of other things. So that's how it has been going on, and like it's been like a very pleasant journey. So that's what I can speak on this. Does that suffice, Dr. Nikhil?
And definitely, very, very nice insight. And a lot of things that you say, that you just said, they make a lot of sense when people try to look into whether entrepreneurship is for them or not. I think this sense of insecurity will always be there when you leave the job. But as you
Yes.
very nicely put in, I think this is really the key word that you said, that your employer is paying you 3 lakhs. And I'm sure he's paying you 3 lakhs simply because they are going to earn 30 lakhs based on what you are doing there. So if you are in a mindset of capitalizing your own abilities, this is really the path for you. And it also, another big takeaway I see from your talk, having the support of family and friends is extremely important when you get on this journey, because you took this decision. This could have been very risky decision if your family didn't buy, if your wife didn't support completely, if your friends and people who invested in your business with their time and with their blessings may not be
Mhm.
money, then this would have been a very, very difficult. So I think that kind of support is very important. This not just for the person who's entrepreneur, but I also see that suppose your spouse is going to be an entrepreneur, this is the role that you should be playing in their life to create a successful venture. And coming out
Absolutely.
from MNIT, you took this journey and you have this unique capabilities in the world, I can say. I know pretty much all big 3D printer manufacturers and companies in Germany and US. And the kind of capabilities that you have created are really, really unique around the world. I mean, there's nobody actually selling 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot build volumes. It's going into the BAM area, big area additive manufacturing, which is more
Mhm.
or less research field with Oak Ridge National Lab here. So this is remarkable. I think such success stories from India, we really look forward to having more and more, especially coming from Jaipur and from MNIT. I think this is really good for the students of the institute. So thank you very much for sharing all that.
Thanks, Nikhil sir. In fact, you have very rightly said, all of this is basically a byproduct of the blessings and the support of innumerous people. Family, of course, they being the first people who get influenced by our decisions directly. They have to be, so a lot of maturity is needed. A lot of maturity is needed before anything like this can happen. And likewise, excuse me. Yeah. But then I've been fortunate, and a lot of people have also invested, rightly said, and it is like the universe takes care of us when we are just being true to ourselves and walking the path that we believe in. And that I'm pretty sure will happen for anybody who decides to take the plunge and to really follow their guts, I would say. Uh, and yeah, so my advice to the to potential entrepreneurs would be the same, that if you feel you can do that, that feeling is there for a reason, and that itself is a proof that you can do that. So now the other thing is only just to make it happen, and ups and downs are going to come. But then one great learning that happens is to let go, basically do our thing to best of our ability and to 100% truthfulness from our heart, and then just leave it on the powers that be, and just let it happen. Whatever comes up, we accept it. And we never have to fall down on our knees. Means I have such deep confidence on this entire structure of the universe, and all the great people that have crossed, they become great. It is not because of their own 100% hard work or efforts. It is because of they become a part of a bigger whole, trust the whole thing, and then do their part. So well, uh, so, okay, next up in the leg, I would like to share this learning of creation of an end-to-end product of, basically this face mask, which is a transparent face mask. So, how it came out to be is that around March, when the lockdown happened, because 3D manufacturing of 3D printers is such a intensive, logistics intensive work, everybody has to function, and mechanical physical things have to be exchanged between various vendors and customers and parties. That lockdown, it was impossible to do any of that. So after sitting idle for maybe 7 days or something, then we kind of got active and tried to see what can be done. So we started off with this effort of donating, making the face shields. So we started making face shields just like everybody else across the world. Every other 3D printing company in the world started supporting like this. We also started the same effort in Jaipur. We actually also we started a fundraiser and then donated these face shields to the healthcare workers in and around Jaipur. But then what we came to realize that the real requirement is for a very secure and a nice mask. Uh, and face shield is not a very technology intensive thing to do, and very soon a lot of companies, a lot of people started making this at very effective prices. So we decided to work on a bigger challenge, and realized that the good N95 mask was costing like on paper around 500 rupees, but it was selling for 800 rupees or 850 rupees, something like that. So upon further inquiry, we realized that there is this melt blown fabric inside the mask, which is in the short supply. So, there should be some way to, bring down the cost and to play around this thing. And at that point of time, the healthcare workers themselves were facing shortage of masks. So general public could not get good protection. It was out of question. So we thought that there should be something available which is very affordable without compromising on the safety part. So with all these inputs, uh, we started work on this mask, which we decided will be reusable, and then the filter will have a small surface area. So it will use a small piece of melt blown fabric, and hence the cost will be less. But the reuse cost will be less, and the quality, the protection will be the same. So this is essentially the flow that happened, and it was all during the lockdown and done by a very small number of people. Uh, and also it was kind of our own medicine, uh, because when we sell 3D printer, we always pitch it to the customers that you can very rapidly create your product using, if you have a 3D printer in your lab, in your workshop. So then it was a testing ground for us as well, that okay, does it really happen that way? So yes, this is essentially what we did. The product was identified, then we quickly iterated using prototyping it fast, and then trial, and then designing it again, and then till we were satisfied. And then since it was a medical product, certification has to be in place, and it should be passed by the relevant bodies before it can go to the public. And then the IPR, filing the patents and all, and then manufacturing in mass, because uh, because that was the whole idea of it. It should be used by a lot of people at scale. And once we manufacture it, we have to market it, and then we have to ship it out. So all of this was figured out very rapidly and very efficiently by a small group of people here in Jaipur. So it all started. First, we made this open source 3D printed mask, which was designed by the Keck Medicine in US. And then this design, when we showed it to doctors, they were very happy about the whole idea and said that if we can scale it up. But of course, it is 3D printed, so it was, first of all, it was hard, and then it was not flexible, and then there were ridges on the surface, which are breeding ground for bacteria. So it was not suitable. So then we 3D printed a mold and then made a mask out of silicone by pouring liquid silicone into that and getting this first prototype out. And then the first proof of viability came with this. So we finalized the location of belt knuckles, the overall fitment, the contour of the mask, which will touch your face and seal it, sealing of air, and then how the filter will go and lock into the pocket. All of that design was proven just by 3D printing. So once it was brought to some level, then we made an injection mold for this, and then created this first injection molded part. We were hoping it to be the final product, but it turned out that it was heavy, and then it was pinching on the nose area. It was actually, and it was 100 grams, which was actually heavy on your face. So we had to reiterate on the mold. And it was the second mold that was made, and then this is the final product, and it ticked on almost all the areas. The weight was good, 40 grams, and many doctors were happy about it. They endorsed it in a good way. It was transparent. Breathability was good. We also increased the surface area of the filter, and and then fogging was one issue. Fogging of the lenses. So we added the nose clip on that, and the valves were added, and this band to absorb the sweat was added. So then this became the final version of the product, which was well accepted by the customers. And the gentleman that you see here is the person who ran the workshop during the lockdown and worked on all the hardware. So it is a token of respect. I want to show you his photo. His name is Mr. Kailash. Then this is the mass-produced stuff. And then this is the photo of the very first shipment of the mask. And behind the scenes, a lot of things came in place, like a special purpose machine to manufacture the customized filters, to manufacture the sweatbands, to fixtures for valves, inserting the valves into the body, the product's photography and packaging, and all this was behind the scene, quality checks and vendor stabilization, figuring out the supply chain, all of that. So this is the final product that came out, and it was again I wanted to share as a very good showcase of a success story which can be achieved in a short time. And this was a real product development end to end with no corners cut and no steps skipped. And all of this can actually be possible if you in a very short amount of time. So this was the story that to share. And again, now time for questions. I think my content is also done. I can of course keep you entertained by a lot of other stories, but this was what I planned. So over to you for the questions. And yeah, of course, if you'd like to give the mask a try, you can just visit aha3d.in/acemask. That is the name of the product. And you can use this coupon code which is working. So it will give and some discount on the product as well. Right. So yeah, over to you for the questions. Please feel free to type your questions here.
Yatharth, please you.
Yatharth?
Mr. Yatharth, lot of questions are there. Please read them one by one.
Okay.
So, Yatharth.
I'll take the questions.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, he's
Hello.
there.
Sir, there were a few questions asked by the participants.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. I just noticed. Is my screen visible or is it me that is visible?
Visible.
Yes, sir, visible.
Screen is visible. Okay, excellent. Yeah. So now, okay, I can. I'm sorry. I can now see the chat box, and I'll take the questions myself. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, no problem.
Okay, so the first question is that, okay, how much time it took to print the Ganesha statue, and rightly answered by Mr. Raghuvendra, it is 3 days, 72 hours. Which design software you're using? So there are, one is the design for the 3D printers themselves, and we use SolidWorks, but I'm personally in love with Onshape. So if you are starting now, I'd suggest Onshape because first of all, they have a very powerful education plan, which is free also. And then it is online, so you don't have to install anything, and it's way more powerful than SolidWorks. Right, but then it also depends on what kind of modeling are you doing. Is it like geometric modeling, or it is like surface modeling, or mathematical modeling? So there are different software have different strengths, so you need to decide, right? Then from academics to entrepreneurship, what do you think this way? It's basically, we know that what we are made for. If daily you are getting a nagging feeling that, okay, this is not what I really want to be doing, then the thing is that you can actually take the plunge. Of course, get the essential in place. But again, speaking for myself, I didn't plan a lot. I kind of just went with the gut feeling and the belief that I'd be able to earn at least that much that would sustain the family for some time. But well, different people handle this differently. There are people who are planning oriented and very and then there are business oriented people mindsets who actually figure out the entire chain before putting in the papers, or so there are many people. So but the message is that you can study them to know the diversity, but then you don't have to typecast yourself in any of that. You just need to listen to your gut and do it, and you'll be able to do it, I can say for sure. And then thanks from Roshan. Thank you, Roshan, for recognizing and your appreciation. Yeah, so these are the questions. Let's see. Are there more questions, please?
Do we have more time in this session? How are we doing with time, Dr. Goel?
Sir, this session has to continue till 5:15.
Okay, how much time is left now? I'm in a different time zone.
It is 20 more minutes, 25 more minutes.
Okay, just a couple more questions I may ask in that case based on your product development and entrepreneurship journey.
Yes,
so one question was that, when I was a student, which is quite a few years back now, 25 years ago, I graduated from there. And the life was very different. Now students are doing a lot of internships and side work and consulting and whatnot. So ecosystem has changed a lot. When I graduated, I had pretty much no job experience on my resume, just a list of courses I had done. So, how would you advise these graduates to shape up their careers early on, like from their second year onwards? How can they start thinking and try to find a way for themselves so they have some sort of path in front of them when they graduate? And I think your experience is important because you always knew you would do entrepreneurship. And you did go for a job which sort of made you decide it more clearly that that job is not for you and entrepreneurship is something that you should try to do. But I think being a student, sometimes there are opportunities where they can try their hands on, get into some things, and if it doesn't work out, they are still students and they can find a job or do something else at the end.
Yes, yes.
So you are in the Indian system. I'm out from there for a long time. So how would you advise these students and what can they do?
Sure. That's a very great question, Nikhil sir, and thanks for that. And of course, I'm pretty sure you're also equally, if not more, equipped to answer that. But I'd definitely like to give my take on that. So, in the current ecosystem, it is like evident that now the boundaries of job and entrepreneurship or consultancy, or I mean, they are kind of getting merged. I say so also from the point of view of this pandemic situation where everybody and every company has come to realize that work from home is also a possibility. You don't have to be physically present or physically there associated with some organization to create value. It is more about clearly defining the takeaways and equipping the individual to deliver that, and then empowering them, and it's just can just come out. From my days, again, I'm also quite a relic in that sense. 98 to 2002 is when I studied, and that time, and even now also to some extent, job is seen as a safe haven where you don't have to get exposed to a lot of hard questions. And entrepreneurship is kind of the big bad world, and you kind of face all that. So, but now the boundaries have started vanishing, and in one sentence, I can say that you need to know where your value is. You need to really know what value are you creating. Uh, that may even be in a job setup, or it may be in your own company, or it may be as an independent consultant or as an intern or anything. I also listened to the same sentiment given by Mr. Subramani, who was speaking before me, that you need to really clearly convey what you did with that, what you are doing with your learning. Uh, that is actually the key of all this. I see this message conveyed over and over by different speakers on different disciplines, different fields. Like I was reading this book from Ashish Chopra, who is a very well-known content marketeer here. Uh, he is like an expert at viral content. And in a question asked by an MBA, who was doing a marketing in MBA in marketing, he asked, "What should I do as a student?" He said that you already have all the equipment you need. You have this phone with you. It has a HD camera. You go out and create content and actually on social media and study, see, polish yourself. Likewise, I would advise a very common pain point. I mean, my biggest pain point is that 95% of people who I hire, even though from MNIT, I mean, they are not really productive from the professional point of view. And it is actually worse off. It is, I mean, I hope nobody gets offended with me saying this, but the higher the degree is, the more misconceptions people are carrying. They expect to be welcomed with a and all that. But then if you are really believe in your distinction, then you need to also have a proof or a working model of how you are all that great or how you are all that different. And there is no dearth of resources at all. Into mechanical, now you have rapid prototyping, 3D printing to actually explore the practical aspects of your learning. If electronics components are really, really cheap here. You can actually get 20 resistors for 1 rupee. If you're a computer science guy, of course you have, I'm not sure about metallurgy, but what I'm trying to say is that resources is not really the bottleneck. It is the mindset that we are carrying is the bottleneck. If you are even joining a job, if you are joining it with a point of view of finding a safe place, then you are going to waste your time there, because you never know that why you are so valuable to your employer. Until you never know, you are going to be dissatisfied. So now it is more like I'd suggest the students to go platform agnostic. The real thing to figure out is where is your value and what are you doing, so that the person who you are working for or working with is benefited multiple times than yourself, right? And it is also a misconception that entrepreneurship, you are your own boss. You're definitely not. It is actually the most direct way of experiencing the reality, where the customer is your boss actually. And you need to connect a lot of dots without anybody telling you so. So everything else can be taken as a graduated learning where there are people to help you. If you are in a job, there is a beautiful team around you and there is hand holding, but don't take it as as the final destination. Take it as a platform to learn and figure out how this beautiful mechanism is working. And one more mindset, one more way to look at it is what students can do, anybody can do is um, try to, normally students just or freshers just try to follow orders from the boss. But my suggestion is see what the boss is seeing, see the problems what the boss is seeing, and then address those problems to the best of your ability. This will actually prepare you in the right direction. Uh, I've seen a lot of new employees or even old employees getting misdirected, trying to please the boss or trying to please the company owner. It is a totally wrong direction, and the company owner is totally irritated by such kind of an approach. The real thing is that the company owner needs, or the boss needs, people who can see the bigger picture. So in any capacity, whether working for free, whether anything at all, but earn this opportunity anywhere where you can get engaged in solving the bigger picture, and that will automatically graduate you, on a very fast track path to real value creation, right?
So
So
I do have other questions, but I want to emphasize two things that you said so far. The first one was really striking, and I completely agree with that. There is no dearth of resources in India. And 99% of people, when you go to government organizations or companies, will be crying that there are no resources, but that's completely untrue. These are the people who just don't want to make things happen. And I've been to a number of places from DRDO labs to ISRO labs. I think the facility in India in IITs are way better than what we have at NYU. And this is the reality. But the problem here is that people just don't have mindset to take ownership of their projects and perform something that really makes sense. You gave the example of CDOT where you worked, and they were ahead of their times by at least 10 years, but the technology went nowhere. There was no commercialization, no eventually spinning off of product. And my experience is the same, because my master's thesis was actually in a DRDO lab called Aeronautics Development Establishment, ADE, in Bangalore. And they were working on a specialized material called syntactic foam, which was new at the time. So I started my career from there, and believe it or not, that I did my PhD in the US on the same material. And I guided a bunch of PhD students on the same material. I made my career on something that I started at ADE. But India didn't take advantage of that, and today US is exporter of syntactic foams based on a lot of work that we produced. And India is struggling to make syntactic foam for more than 1,000 meter depth submarine vehicles. So that's really the scenario. I think the talent is there, the facilities are there. It's really the mindset that needs to change. The second thing that I see that's extremely important in what you said was taking the ownership of the project and really seeing what your boss is seeing. So dialogue is really the problem there. People would follow orders, but they think that if they discuss it with their senior, then the senior would be offended. But really, you really have to understand the scope of the problem that the senior management is seeing and try to solve it from that perspective. The idea is not to solve an equation. The idea is not to just make a filament go into the feed material, but really is to create a world-class product that will make the company proud. So these are two very, very important takeaways I see from what you said. But there's one more thing I just wanted to ask you, since we had this lecture just now from Subramani about resume making and interview skills, and now you are on the other side hiring a lot of interns and employees, scanning hundreds of resumes. So how do you advise from that point of view? What do you see? What do you look at? What do you value on those resumes? How should people represent themselves? And something of that effect would give a different perspective to students.
Okay. So, anybody in my shoes would not expect to invest or spend time in fundamental training of the employees. That is one key expectation, and which is I see a very huge gap. So we have to end up training anyway, which I'd love to see resolved. And on the students part, it is basically when we are studying, we have a total 4 years of beautiful time, essentially a vacation, where we are not expected to produce anything, but just figure things out, figure out the world, how it works and all. So this, if the students can invest their time to face real problems and be prepared with something or the other, a real thing that they have solved, something that delivered, I would say. To use the exact language of Elon Musk, in his hiring of Neuralink a couple of days back, his qualification criteria was that if you have delivered something, I want to talk to you. So students, there is nothing lacking for a student if they cannot deliver. Neither knowledge, because anyway, I see that 80% of what I studied in my BTech is not really used in my current career. But at the same time, there is a continuous learning that we anyway have to keep studying to be able to produce what we need to produce. So the same thing, why not it quite can't happen during the college days. There's one more this brilliant example of I think Henry Ford, where he was enrolled in a degree course, but he would sit in only 1 or 2 classes, something related to engine design or something. I mean, I'm not sure if it's an anecdote or what, but I would say it is true, because then he would sit in those classes and not sit in any other class. And when his friend would say that, why are you not sitting there? You won't get your degree. So then he would say that, okay, I am not really here for the degree, I'm here for that learning. So, I mean, of course, the key point here is that the learning, again, like there is dearth of resources, everything is out there, online information is available, and we should use the time of our formal study to figure out, to put this jigsaw puzzle together and create some value, create a product, create a delivery. It can even be a video, it can even be a poem, it can be a product like robot, like what I did. It can be anything where you are strong, where you have a gut feeling of. But if speaking of myself as an employer, if I'm getting a teammate who's already up to some level of ownership and productive to some level in terms of engineering, then I'd prefer them any day over anybody else who might be, whoever else he might be. So that is what I'd like to share here.
I think it's quite consistent with what Subramani said, that you have to have things on your resume for which you can show the output. And
Yeah.
sometimes I see resumes coming from India because a lot of students send me their CVs about higher education. And it's like a race going on to put more and more stuff on there. In software class, you will see like
Yes.
15 different things written there. The C, C++, Java, Pascal, COBOL, I don't know what else, but the line is pretty long. Python and Python 2 and open source and whatnot. But then there is no project or product to actually back it up that you know that there is some output coming out from your skills. So as a student,
Yes.
maybe you start thinking in your second, third year that what do you really want on your CV? Do you want really Java to be on your CV or Python to be on your CV? Maybe you still have 2-3 years of time to put it really on your CV rather than just putting it as a keyword. Because when you drill down and ask students, so you know Python, can you write a code? What did you do? And at the end of it, oh, I worked with a friend on a project which required Java or which required Python, and there is really no output coming out from there. And that's as Subramani said, was the not a conversation starter, but that's where the things start to go wrong. And I think that's the feeling you have when you are starting these conversations with
Yes.
prospectively good students. So the
Yes.
projects that you write on your CV should be in relation to the skill set that you write on your CV,
Yes.
and that's
Yes.
probably important.
I'd like to
HH
put
has asked a
across.
question. Go ahead.
Sorry. In fact, there is one relevant thing that I'd like to put across: the differentiation, the distinction between tool and technology, a tool and domain knowledge. Uh, Tools keep changing, like specifically in software programming. When students are in college, I don't know how it is these days, but when I was the student, we used to take great pride in building this long string of languages that we say we know. But at the end of the day, now when I look back, many of them are not even relevant. So the key learning here that students can take is all of these are tools. The real thing is, what are you creating out of these tools? That is what employers like myself are interested in knowing. Are you creating a domain expertise? Like, for example, if you actually build a website, a web application which would do something or the other, then we know that yes, you have actually put whatever tool to use, and now you have a domain learning of creating a web application. Uh, so that's why the result speaks for itself. And that's why we are not interested in tools, because tools are very disposable, and by their very nature, they have a very short life. So don't get fixated on tools, and
Yeah.
focus on the
Very
thing that
rightly
matters.
said. Very rightly said. So as you put your output on your CV, tools will just become part of the description that you write for a project, and you don't have to write a separate section on that. So the question I see here, HH wrote, what USA is doing that India doesn't, providing top managers in US of Indian origin. So I can say a little bit about it because I think the question itself has an answer in it. And I'm sure HH is very smart to recognize that's why he framed the question like that. Indians are top managers, no doubt about it. Now, just having this discussion with some of the friends just last week, you see that that list comes on WhatsApp often. The Adobe's president is Indian, and Microsoft and Google and all these have Indian presidents, which is a thing of huge proud for all of us. But the problem here is that these companies were not started by Indians. None of these companies that you see in top 100 or top 500 were actually started by Indians. Who is starting these companies? Then everybody would say, okay, I'm going to be a dropout and be a Bill Gates. But you have to realize that Bill Gates didn't drop out from some third grade institution. He dropped out from Harvard. Zuckerberg dropped out from Harvard. So they had the capability to be at the Harvard in the first place, and then realized that Harvard itself is not good enough for them. So they dropped out from there, the top institution in the world. And this is the kind of people that started these companies. Can Indians do it? They can definitely do it. I'm sure second generation Indians living in the US are starting companies which are going to be bigger than Google and Microsoft and all that. It's because they have that mindset that can make them successful, technologically oriented. But also they have the mindset of taking risks, just like Akash did when he left the job and started the company. And that's what you need. The ownership of the project is very, very important, as Akash said, that you have to have a big picture in mind. You have to really know that what will make the product successful, rather than just following your boss's order, which is more of the military style, not the entrepreneurship thing. So in companies, I'm sure you can come up with hundreds of examples where you had a problem and an employee stepped up outside of their normal role to solve a problem that made the product successful. And this is what the company, this is what makes the company grow for everybody. And that's what you see, small teams, 14, 15 people actually make the company public in the US. Many of these startups are like that. So ownership of this product is very important. But again, let me take the discussion to another thing that we have not discussed yet in these two presentations, but Akash is the right person to talk about it. Many times I talk to Indian students and their question is very straightforward. Can you get me a job? No, then I think I'm wasting my time in talking to you. There's no respect for any networking. There is no respect for a background, creating a background or connection with somebody, but it's only for the immediate benefit. Otherwise, students are not interested in even spending a minute on talking to somebody, networking, or even attending a lecture for their knowledge. And that, I think, is really a shortcoming. Exposure is what makes you successful. If you didn't see other 10 examples of what people could do with their basic set of knowledge and tools, then you are not going to get a new idea just by sitting there yourself sometimes. And these are some of the things that are very open in US system that India is lacking. So anything you want to add to that, Akash?
I don't really have anything to add because I have not experienced the way like things are done in USA. But what you said totally makes sense. Absolutely. And ownership is definitely, I'd like to double check on that and re-emphasize that it is the real thing. Before worrying about what is your own takeaway, you should see if you are able to create value or not. If you are able to create value, or in other words, if the person who you are working for or working with if you are ensuring that he is benefiting 3 times more than yourself, then you'll naturally be benefited. So it is the way of thinking that we can rephrase, re-emphasize. It's about in normal mode of thinking, we think that how can I be benefited? We should actually learn to think how the other person can be benefited. So the thing multiplies and comes back automatically. So this is something that I'd like to add to that probably.
Yeah, I think the student volunteer we had for this workshop, Bhavya Verma, was excellent. The communication was right on time. Everything was delivered on time. And that's a good change to see in Indian culture now. I'm sure there are more students like that at MNIT, but I see that this person really has a mindset to be successful in future. When you have communication and deliverables, when you take this task of making this workshop successful by your hard work. So this is what I see that's going to make the Indian system more comparable to the US. But again, just to emphasize one last time, if anybody says that resources are not enough in India, you really have to question them or look at them skeptically that this person is really not performing the task they're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So anything else you want to add as your closing comments before we move on?
Rakash, there are some more questions actually. One participant has asked about which polymer you have used for face mask.
Okay, it is medical grade PVC. It is the same material that is used in oxygen masks.
Is it medical grade PVC?
Yes.
But PVC is not biodegradable. So ultimately it will go to the environment and then will create the problem.
Yeah, right. That way, the point is that the life of the mask itself is very long, and that holds true for every plastic item. We need to make it reusable by a long time, and as opposed to polythene bags, for example, which are meant to be discarded by design on a daily basis. So that's how we try to tackle plastic waste.
Okay. So this design is commercialized or not so far?
This is commercialized, sir.
Okay.
It is very well accepted, and it is now used in the COVID wards also in Mumbai.
Okay. And total mass is weight is 40 grams.
40 grams, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So as like one more thing I want to add in the same the chat section, I am going to put some links for students, for interested students to follow up and just further reading kind of thing. So if they are interested, you can please go through them. I'm putting them right here in the chat box, and then I'm also putting my contact details. And you're welcome to call me up anytime and discuss things. This is my email ID, akash@aha3d.in. My phone number is 99299045. And about the mask, this is the URL aha3d.in/acemask. Okay, so that is what, and I look forward to interacting with the students. Anytime welcome.
Yes, Atharth, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for this awesome session. It was really informative. And moving on to the next session, first I would like to invite Professor Nikhil Gupta to give the intro of our next speaker.
Wahida is online now?
Yes, she is online.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll keep the introduction brief. As you heard in the beginning of this workshop, that NYU is one of the top universities in the US. We are now in top 30. And that's where School of Engineering is also going. But there are lots of other things I want to add to that, it's also the #1 university in the world where most international students enroll. Largest campus for international students here. In School of Engineering, I think we have about 12 to 1300 Indian students right now. And I'm the advisor to Indian Student Association, so I know some of these activities that go on. Very vibrant campus. I travel to India, well, I used to, not this year, several times a year to meet with students, prospective students, and answer their questions. So we thought it would be a good idea to bring in the real person who works at admissions in evaluating the applications and does the recruitment job. So that's the part for Wahida at NYU, that she's a recruitment specialist. And she looks at the qualification of students to advise them whether NYU is a suitable university for them or not. And she's also the one who does the first screening of applications. And hearing from them will bring a direct perspective for many of you that what are universities looking for in the US and how you should prepare yourself to find the right university, right curriculum, and be successful in the US. And I'm sure she would have some words about the financial aid which is available in universities in the US. So let's welcome her and listen from her directly. Thank you very much, Wahida. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you for having me, Professor Gupta. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. I have a presentation for you today. Let me go ahead and share my screen really quickly.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, would you like it to be an interactive session, or you want to address the questions at the end from the participants?
Yeah, so I mean, we can do like interactive, that's fine. So I'll have what the plan is, I'll have like a 30-minute presentation. If you have any questions, like feel free to shout them out, that's fine, totally fine. And then at the end, if you have any more questions, we can go over those as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
So
Participants, please raise your hand to ask any questions. Thank you, ma'am.
If they raise their hand, I'm not sure if I'll be able to see it if I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to confirm? Oh, sorry. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think I just saw a hand raised, but I'm not sure who, like, I don't know who it was. So maybe I'm okay with you just like, if you want to unmute yourself, because this is very informal, if you want to unmute yourself and ask questions, or you can wait till the end and I'll check the chat box. And it's harder for me to just see who's raising their hands and ask them that way.
Yeah, I think, ma'am, we'll go with the chat box thing. We'll ask the participants to write the questions in the chat box.
Okay, perfect. All right, can you see my screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. My name is Wahida Aziz. I am the graduate recruitment specialist here at NYU Tandon with the admissions office. And we'll just go a little bit over the graduate admissions process in the US. Okay, just so very quickly, there's a few types of different institutions in the US. There's like public universities, which get most of their fundings from state governments. Well, the state government, and usually this will mean they're bigger universities. Tuition rates are usually lower, especially for in-state tuition students, essentially because they've been paying taxes and funding the university. But then that also translates to slightly lower tuition rates for international students as well. But not all the time, so you just have to double check. And then we have private universities. That means that they don't get most of their funding from state governments. They get their funding from like student tuition and private endowments. So this usually translates to higher tuition, but more scholarships are usually offered. So a lot of times it kind of does level out cost-wise. Okay, and then there are regional accreditations. There isn't just one accreditation. There's regional accreditations that universities can get. So you want to keep an eye on this and make sure that your university is accredited, and most are, especially since if you're planning on sitting for like a license exam or a lot of times employers like to see it. So you want to make sure you do have that accreditation from the school. Just quickly, I know a lot of you are engineering students, so a lot of you will be going into your Master's of Science, the MS, as a professional degree, or like an MS in like a research kind of stance, or a PhD. But these are just like the whole, like a list of different degrees that you can get. So depending on what you're wanting to do, that's how you can narrow down the program that you choose. Let's talk about narrowing the search. Okay, so when you're looking for a university, a lot of students will look at rankings, and that can be a good place to start for sure. However, that's not the only place you want to look at when you're trying to choose a university. It can give you a good idea of what a university can offer you, but other things you can look at are like the location. Like, are you wanting to study in a big city or a smaller town? Are you wanting like a bigger university or a smaller university? Each has their own disadvantages and advantages. For career opportunities, you want to look at, is the city you're in offering different career opportunities? Like, are they known for like their tech, or are they known for engineering, or the finance field? Because depending on what they're known for, it may be easier for you to find that internship or even that job after you graduate. And I've worked for like large universities and small universities before. And when I worked at a small university, we had a lot of students who would come to the university because that area was known as the orthopedics capital of the world. So we had a lot of biomedical engineering students coming into that area. They wanted like a small, more personalized education. They didn't mind a smaller city. So they came here. But then a lot of other students really want that city life. They want to have access to the city. They want to have access to a lot of different organizations and job opportunities, and like they want to have a wide array. So that just really depends on what you're looking for. You want to look at job placement rates. So the job placement rate will tell you the percentage of students who are getting a job within 6 months of graduating, or if they're going into their PhD. A high job placement rate will be in the high 90s. A lot of times you can get a lot of this information off the career website, the career services website, or you can reach out to a representative from the university and ask them. And then you also want to look at starting salaries and the return on investment. So depending on where the university is located at, starting salaries may be a little higher because it may be in a more expensive city, and that also means cost of living is higher compared to cost of living in a smaller town. So starting salaries, and of course you want a high starting salary. You want to pay back any loans you have quickly, but just keep in mind if you're in a bigger city, starting salaries will be higher, but then also your cost of living will be higher as well. All right. And then you also want to take a look at the average student profile. A lot of times you can find that on the website, or you can reach out to representatives and ask the average student profile. If you, I don't know if any of you joined us for any of our webinars, but we are pretty transparent at NYU about our student profile. We'll tell you average GPA and GRE scores, because we want you to know what a competitive student is when you're applying. Okay. All right, and looking into research questions. So this is really for students who are applying into PhD programs, or you're going into your master's and then expecting to go into your PhD after your master's. So things that you're wanting to ask, is the area of interest being researched where you're at? Is it cutting edge research? Is it in demand? You also want to see if is the institution getting grant money or research money? A lot of times this also means that there'll be funding for you to help with the research, right? And then for most PhD programs, a lot of them are fully funded or have a good amount of funding. And it really depends on the research type that you're going to be doing. Okay, let's go on to the application process. All right, so these are the typical requirements in an application. So you'll have the application. A lot of times there will be an application fee, and a lot of times you can actually get this waived. So if you email a representative within the university, within the admissions office, or if a lot of times if you just go to a webinar and you wait till the end, they sometimes give it out to the end, or they email you afterwards with the code for the application fee waiver. So it can save you a little bit of money. And then standardized tests. Standardized tests usually are required for students, especially for engineering students. You'll probably be dealing with the GREs. Sometimes we'll be dealing with the GMAT if it's a business kind of engineering kind of mixture of a program, like a management technology kind of program. And then, of course, there's the English language tests as well, TOEFL, IELTS. A lot of universities are now accepting Duolingo. So reach out to the university if they're accepting Duolingo, but this can be a little bit more affordable, and Duolingo takes the test remotely, online, and NYU is this university that accepts Duolingo, and so you want to just make sure the university you're looking at is accepting it as well. And the academic transcripts. So when you're submitting your application, and of course you're going to have to submit your academic transcripts, a lot of universities will ask for your official transcripts, and they'll require your official transcripts before they will review your application. So if this is the case, make sure you are sending your transcripts officially. So it's either coming directly from your university's registrar's office, like by mail, or they're being emailed to us by the university's registrar's office. We have been seeing more Indian universities emailing transcripts to us, and we'll count those as official. So it's new, so your university may be doing it now. And then some universities will accept the unofficial transcripts from you directly just for the admissions process. And then if you are admitted, they'll require you to submit the official documents. Right, and then the personal statement or statement of purpose. This can be an important part. Of course, when we're looking at application and when faculty are looking at application, they want a strong student academically. The GPA and GRE scores are pretty important, but then they also want to make sure that you're a good fit for the program. So this, during the statement of purpose, this is really where you can show if you are a good fit for the program. You want to tie your purpose to the program. You want to make sure that you really let us know that you have researched the program, you understand the program, and like maybe you've even researched the faculty, and you know what you want out of the program, and you know what you want to do with the degree after you graduate. Because when the faculty are reading your application, they want to make sure that they can give you what you're wanting from the program. Because it's a two-way street, right? You have to pick us as a university, and then we have to pick you as a student. And here at NYU, the faculty do read your application, but some universities, the admissions office will read the application. And then the recommendation letter. Usually you'll be asked for 2, maybe 3 letters. You have to send them directly, have them sent directly from the recommenders themselves. A lot of universities will ask them to come from at least one from someone you have an academic relationship with, so like a professor. And then if you have work experience and you want to have like a former employer or a boss write you a letter, that's fine as well. And then the interview and research part of it, this is usually really for PhD level students. At least at Tandon, we really don't interview master's level students. Sometimes the PhD level students will get interviewed. And then research really is for the PhD level applicants. When you're a master's student, like we don't require research or work experience. That's what you'll gain when you're here as a student with us. And then of course you want to make sure your name's on the document, and if you have a like a student number from the university already, you want to include that onto your transcripts because it can match up the transcripts a lot easier. I can tell you we have a whole list of transcripts that aren't matched to a student in our data. And that's just because we don't have the names of the students, and the students' names aren't matching because maybe your transcript's name is slightly different from your application name. And we won't know that who you are until sometimes they'll just like email us. They're like, hey, I sent you my transcripts, but they're not in the system. And then we'll have to manually go and look where they're at. So it's like, if you have the university ID, go ahead and add it to the documents. Okay, so very quickly, again, if you are a serious student and you want to apply to the university, go ahead and ask for that fee waiver. Most universities will have it. You can apply early. So we do recommend that you do apply early. So you can submit your application before you submit your documents. And this actually makes it easier for us. So when you submit your application, it creates your in university information, your university number with the school, and that you can later then use that information to put on your transcript and other documents, so everything is synced. And then also when you submit your application, of course, we're going to need your transcripts So that can take a few weeks depending on the university, and it can take some time for recommenders to send in your recommendation letter. So having things submitted early makes sure that you're meeting the deadline, because your application isn't complete until we have everything. And if there's a delay in getting your transcripts or a delay in getting your recommenders to send your recommendation letter, even if it's not your fault, it can still hurt you and delay your admissions decision. And then, so if you're interested in multiple programs within the school, you'll just have to ask the school if they accept multiple applications. At Tandon, we only accept one application per start date, but other universities may be different. So you'll just want to confirm. And then here at Tandon, you can apply for a program that you're interested at Tandon, but maybe you have another program that you're interested with in NYU itself, and you are able to apply to that program too. So like you can technically have 2 different applications in the university, but just one at Tandon. All right, testing. So like we said, the GRE usually is required. The English language test is required. So when you're planning on testing, you'll just want to, when you're planning on testing, you'll want to make sure that you have the test appointment dates locked in early and you know where the location is. A lot of times it can be a good idea to, like maybe the day before, take a test drive to where the location is so you know how much time it takes to get there, and you can account for any like rush hour or any delays, so you're not stressed out the day of the test. And don't be intimidated. Like testing can give you anxiety, but like just try to relax. Make sure you get a good night's sleep the night before. They'll help you with your testing. And then some schools will actually super score. So when it comes to like your GRE, if you have a bad test one day, you can take a test another day, and they'll super score the score. So they'll take the highest score from each section and then make it one super score essentially. And then here at the bottom, not all schools will look at all parts of your tests. So you may want to reach out to see if the school is looking at all parts of the test, or if they weigh some parts more heavily than others. At an engineering school, you can expect that the quant part of the GRE is weighted a little more heavily than the verbal part of the GRE, and even the analytical part of the GRE. And sometimes they're not even looking at the analytical part of the GRE. So it really just all depends on the school. All right. And then the English language test waiver. So most schools will have a waiver available, depending on if they're offering you a waiver. Depends on just like their own criteria. If you have studied, I've seen schools waive the English proficiency test if you have studied in the US for your undergraduate degree. I've seen them waive the test if you have taken 2 semesters in the US and gotten like a B+ or better. If you have, I believe if you have taken 2 English classes and gotten like a good grade, they'll also waive it that way. So it really varies depending on the university, what they'll accept as a waiver. Sometimes if you've gone to like a US affiliated school in a different country and the language medium was completely in English, I have seen that waived as well. Some schools are more strict than others, so you may just want to ask. Okay, and then the academic record. So your proof of degree will be like your degree certificate, and then your official transcripts will be like your 8 semesters or of your classes that you've taken. I'm sure most of you are familiar. And then like we said again, some schools won't review your application until you have submitted official documents. So if they do need official documents, just keep that in mind because it can take time to get that to them. And then some schools will also require a third-party evaluation on your transcripts. So this could mean like your West or ECE. These are like popular ones for you to get. Some schools won't require it. At NYU, we don't require it. We just require your official transcripts, and then we do the conversion to a 4.0 GPA in-house, or like we'll pay for it to be done, so you don't have to worry about it there. And then usually on the grad level, the faculty will be reading the application, but some schools I have seen where the admissions office is reading the application and making decisions for the graduate students. Okay, so quickly we did talk about the statement of purpose earlier, but you want to make sure you get the school name right. We have seen where people will just send out the same statement of purpose to multiple universities, and they'll get the name wrong. So you don't want to make that mistake. It's just do a really quick read over, make sure you use personalized your statement of purpose. So this is really the only place that you are able to show your personality. Like I said before, like you can show your personality within your statement of purpose and a little bit within your resume if it's required. But here you really want to tie your purpose to the program, mention the faculty by name if they are doing any cool research at the university that you're interested in. And you really want to talk about what you believe rather than why you think the school is great. Yeah, you don't want to rewrite your resume into like paragraph form, especially if they are already requiring a resume. You don't want to read it twice. You want to know a little bit more about you and what you want out of the program, just to make sure that we also can offer you that when you graduate. Yeah, deadline and admissions decision. So deadlines can vary by program. So you just want to make sure that you keep an eye out on the application deadlines. PhD students usually have like a earlier deadline. So, and I'll just give you the NYU deadlines just because I know them. Like PhD deadline would be like December 1st for like a fall 2021 application start date. And there are some universities who will have priority deadlines, and we have our priority deadlines December 1st as well. And then there's a regular deadline that would be later in the year, usually like February time or March, April. So just keep an eye on the deadline dates. Some schools will have strict deadlines, so if you can't meet them, you may not be able to apply. Others will have a little bit more lenient deadlines, but you just don't want to take that chance. And then some schools will have rolling admissions, or they'll have like a notification decision date. Rolling admissions, so the earlier you apply, the earlier you'll get an admissions decision. And so at NYU, we do have kind of like a little bit of a in-between of rolling admissions and notification decision. So if you do submit your application early, depending on the department, we do see admissions decisions coming out earlier. So usually it's like 6 weeks after you apply, you'll get an admissions decision. Sometimes programs will wait till they have a big enough pool of applicants before they start making decisions. But just to keep in mind what you're dealing with, so you can have an idea of when you can expect an admissions decision, especially if you have multiple decisions to make. Okay, so once you get through the admissions process, application is read, and you get an admissions decision and you're admitted, you'll now have to decide on scholarships and if you're going to attend the university. So a lot of times when you are applying to the university, they do give out merit-based scholarships. And this will be based off of your GPA or GRE scores. Usually for master students, you'll get merit-based scholarships. Usually it doesn't cover the full tuition costs. At the PhD level, there's a higher chance of that program being fully funded. It really just depends on the school. And then just keep in mind, at the graduate level, you do get merit-based scholarships and it can be competitive. But at the PhD level, if it's fully funded, it's even more competitive. Okay, so once you are awarded an admissions decision, usually at the same time, you'll get a scholarship award as well. And that scholarship award will be like split into, will be like a full year amount, and then you'll get the scholarship per semester, so you'll get half per semester, which will be counted towards your tuition bill. Okay, so I know we usually have a lot of questions on scholarships, so I'll go in a little more detail on what NYU offers, because that's just what I know. So usually scholarships for master's students won't be fully funded. It'll range from like 3,000 to 10,000. Some universities may be more generous, but usually be at 50% scholarship level is as high as I've seen scholarships will be for a master's student. And then students are able to work on campus. There are teaching assistantships, research assistantships, fellowships, but again, usually that's more on the PhD level. We have seen some graduate students who, after like their first semester, have reached out to the faculty and said, hey, I'm interested in your research. And maybe if they see that you really can add value to their research and they have research funding left over, that they can bring you aboard. But that's more like an informal way. And then you definitely can reach out to the university if they have like a teaching assistantship or anything like that for a grad level. It's just less common. But of course, students are able to work on campus. Employment for international student, you can work on campus up to 20 hours per week. Usually at NYU, they give you like $20 per hour. So that's like pocket money, can cover like food costs and that kind of stuff, but it definitely won't cover like tuition costs, but definitely can help out. And then you also want to look at the cost of attendance of the university. They may give you like a good scholarship, but if it's very expensive to go there, that may level out. But you just want to take a look at everything. Like what's the cost? What's your return on investment? What's the salary range that you can expect when you graduate? Take a look at if it's going to be worth it for you. Okay, and then you'll have to make your decision. Once you're admitted, you'll want to notify the school if you are wanting to accept your offer. A lot of times you'll accept the offer by submitting a tuition deposit. The tuition deposit usually will go towards your first semester's tuition costs. Then some universities don't have a tuition deposit. Sometimes they'll waive it for you as well. It's something you can ask. And then you'll go for your visa. You'll go towards the visa process. Of course, you'll need to send financial documents, your passport. You'll get your I-20, which then will allow you to apply for your visa interview. And then once all of that is done, you can start looking for housing. A lot of times for graduate level students, housing isn't as readily available as it is for undergraduate students. And a lot of times graduate students want to live off campus, want to find their own housing, maybe live with classmates, that kind of stuff. So a lot of times universities will have resources for you to find off-campus housing, and sometimes they may have graduate housing available. So you'll just have to ask. Yeah, but there's people at the university that helps you all the way through until you get to campus to start. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open it up to questions now. I mean, I can take questions on general university admissions process, or if you want to have it more specific, that's also okay too. If you want to have it more specific to NYU, I'm happy to answer those questions as well. Okay, we have a question. What are the prospects of H-1B under the Biden post-Trump? You know, really that's the golden question, right? Oh, okay, hold on. There's more questions about that. Okay, I'll answer that one first. Really, like, we don't know. We're hoping for the best. We know as a university, and as a university that hosts the largest number of international students, that international students are very important to us in the economy, and H-1B students are needed within our economy. So I can't imagine that they'll take it away or anything like that. But of course, I can't speak to that as just like an admissions representative. I'm not within the government. So we're hoping for the best, but I can't imagine that they would do away with it completely or anything like that, especially since international students and the diversity that you bring to the US is very important. We have a question from, okay. Does the undergraduate college matter in case of admissions? Our college ranks 35 as compared to lower ranked colleges. So, I mean, I can tell you within like NYU and like my previous university, it didn't matter. It doesn't really matter. We just want to see that you have graduated from a 4-year degree equivalent university. So when you submit your transcripts to us, we'll do the conversion and make sure it's a 4-year equivalent university. And if it is a 4-year equivalent university, then we move on. We look at your GPA, we look at your GRE scores. So we're not looking at the ranking of that university at all. We're just wanting to make sure it's a 4-year equivalent. Okay.
One thing you might want to emphasize a little bit on how this admission process really works for undergraduate versus graduate. Undergraduate admission is by a centralized office where individual schools play a larger role in graduate admissions.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, so on the undergraduate side, this is where you'll see more of the admissions decision being made by the admissions office. So really they'll have like more like standard set of requirements that they'll want you to meet. But when you're on the graduate level, this is where most of the times the faculty will be the ones reading your application. This is where you want to make sure your application is more personalized.
Every department has a, yeah.
Yep, every department will be reading, the faculty will have every department reading their own application. So yeah, on our end, we will make sure everything is collected, everything is good to go. And then once it's ready, the faculty will be the ones reading the application. So I don't know if, Professor Gupta, if you're one of the ones reading the application, if you want to expand on that at all.
Yeah, so I think the department graduate advisor is a good resource if you are serious in applying somewhere. Every department has a graduate advisor listed on the website. You should get in contact with them. And they are happy to talk to you. They are happy to review your resume and look into your scores and advise. And they are also the people who know about the courses offered in that particular department. So I've seen in events in India, the students would like to know about certain courses that are machine learning courses allowed in mechanical engineering department? Are those courses offered? And things like that. So they are really the people who can answer all these questions upfront and help you make a decision whether a particular university is good for you or not. One more thing I wanted to emphasize from my side, because I came from India and from the same system, although it's been a long time. Things happen in India at a very short notice. Like you graduate in March from high school and then you write this JEE or whatever exam in May, June, and then you get the result and start the college in August. But in US, the timeline is much more stretched out. So your scores have to be in by November of the previous year, and the application deadline would be December 1st of the previous year. And then there is the 6-month period where you get the decision and the visa and all that. So it's really after your junior year or your third year that you apply for admission in the US. So you have to be very mindful of the timeline, that a lot of students actually simply miss upon that, because it's just not in the system in India to plan 1 year ahead for anything like this. So that was another thing I wanted to mention now. And the third thing I wanted to say, that we get a lot of questions from students that I have a master's from India, I want to get admission in PhD. Is my master from India, does it count? Does it have any weightage? And that question is actually very widespread. And the answer is very simple, that from any accredited university in India, your master's degree is valid in the US as well. So if you get admission to direct PhD program after master's, you get credit for your master's degree. And I'm an example that I had master's degree in India from Indian Institute of Science. And then I went for PhD, and I didn't have to do a second master's in the US simply because I already had a master's from India. So be careful about that. There should not be any misconception about any of these things. And again, if you have those questions, you can always ask the department graduate advisor. In most universities, including NYU, most departments in NYU, there is a path to direct PhD after bachelor's. So if you have a bachelor's degree and you want to go for PhD directly, there is a path to that, and you can apply to that program directly. It does not require you to get a master's degree on the way. You may or may not get it. It's upon you and how you want to plan your future. You can always talk to graduate advisor about those things. But it is quite possible to get admission to direct PhD after bachelor's and be on the path to PhD. And then Weber asked a question about Penn State. It's impossible to say anything generalized about any of the universities. So you really have to look into the curriculum. You have to communicate with the advisor and see if it is better for you to apply or not. Most US universities will treat out of the state students, whether you ask about Penn State. So anybody applying from New York or anybody applied from India, both are treated on the same footing as out of the state. So there's no question about that. Work experience helps in PhD admission. Again, I can reply a little bit about this because we deal with PhD admissions in the department, and individual professors' opinion is very important. So work experience can help or may not help, but I don't know, HH, were you in the first part of the workshop by Subramani? The whole emphasis of Subramani's talk was that you have to make a coherent case on your CV. So if your work experience is in such a way that you want to make a case that it's important for PhD, yes, everybody is going to value for that. If you had a metallurgy degree and you worked in software industry for 5 years, you want to do a PhD in computational field where your software knowledge and metallurgy are combined, it's a great idea if you make a case like that. But if you want to make a case that I work for software company for 5 years and I forgot everything in metallurgy now, and I want to do in metallurgy just to revise everything, not a great line to say at that point. You really have to figure out what you want to do and make a coherent case for that. So PhD admission is done by the department. an individual professor who's going to take the PhD student has a lot to say in that admission process. Usually a professor really has to look at the application and say that, you know, if the student is successful here, passes the qualifier, then I'll be willing to work with the student. And that's how the admission is done. And in our department in mechanical engineering at NYU, the policy is that if we can commit the full funding for the PhD student, that's only when we admit the student. So it has a downside that sometimes you want to work in composite materials, you want to work with me, but I don't have any more funding in that area to take new students. Really good students go away because I cannot support them. So it doesn't become a reflection on your qualification that you are not qualified. It's just because at a given point of time, I didn't have funding to support you, and I would not be able to support your admission because of that. So it's a two-way street, and you have to look at it from that perspective. I think Wahida can answer the question by Yatharth about GRE.
Yeah, so we have a question: would GRE alone suffice, or is it necessary to give either one of the IELTS or TOEFL? So we would need both. The GRE is more to say if where you are academically, right? And then TOEFL is just to make sure that you're meeting the English proficiency level. So for IELTS at NYU, you need to hit 7.0, TOEFL to 90. And as soon as you hit the English proficiency level, that's really it. You don't need to like test again to get a higher score. It doesn't like help increase your admissions decision. If you want to test again for your GRE, that could help, especially with like the merit-based scholarships. But yeah, so both would be needed, and both are they're different tests for sure, testing different things.
Any other questions? Yeah, so one other thing that was on Vaida's notes I wanted to emphasize, if I have a couple of minutes, is really the statement of purpose. And I do get a lot of emails from friends and family, and you know, people who know one of my friends would come to me about statement of purpose. This document is something that all US universities required for everything that you do, from undergraduate admission to PhD, and sometimes even more. And it doesn't exist in Indian system because it's all test-based system in India. But what it really wants, this document, is you know, it's your life story. It's really why you want to pursue your career path that you are going to select. And anybody's input is not going to be very useful from their other perspective they have. So I wish you listen to the advice of Subramani about how to write your resume, and that actually goes into this whole SOP thing also. It's very easy to catch if you copy it from somebody else, because it just shows up very easily if you are doing the kind of job Wahida is doing, looking into these application hundreds every day. And she would even pick up phrases, I'm sure, which are copied from here and there. So write it very, very carefully, that what are your professional aspirations, and how your profile actually shows a very good case for meeting those aspirations. So I would put it this way, that you know, the background work that you do to build your resume based on Subramani's advice, this statement is documenting that background work, that I want to be successful in blah blah blah, and this is the path that I choose for my career. And I feel that I would just say NYU is the best place for me, because NYU has these resources, faculty, or courses, or whatever that fits within this program. And that presents a good story by itself. Postdoc opportunities at NYU, I think the question by Roshan. Postdoc is a job, it's not an education by itself. So you're hired as an employee for postdoc. And if there is a project which is funded by an external agency, then we have postdoc opportunities. Usually there's much more funding for PhD students. We have more PhD students in group than postdoc in engineering especially. medicine and biomedical is different. They have usually more funding for postdocs. So, so you have to be careful. I mean, it has to be very closely related to something that you did for PhD. And when you're writing emails for postdoc, you will say that, I read your bio, I saw your publications, and I think my interests match well with your interests, so please hire me. Is not really the good line when you are a postdoc. You really have to say that how you will add value to the group that you plan to join. And that's really important. I think Akash tried to emphasize in his presentation on this aspect that whatever organization you want to join, you really have to make a case that how you would add value to that organization. And this cannot be more true than applying for postdoc position. You already have a PhD, you have publications, you want to join a new group, so make a strong case that this is the kind of project that I would like to work on, and this is how I can add value to your group. Mehul said, can you apply for summer research internship? I can give you a technical answer, and I can give you a personal answer as well. Yes, you can apply for summer internship, but not whole lot of opportunities are available, because much of the funding we get from National Science Foundation for summer research is mostly for US citizen students. There is a clause in those funding projects that they should be supporting only US citizens. But we do have other programs, and we used to get some students through the Center for Cybersecurity. And I'll tell you my experience. I took some students, and they would come to New York, and we couldn't find them in labs. My PhD student was chasing this guy every day, and this guy would be on Times Square one day and Statue of Liberty the other day, and then to his uncle's place in New Jersey for a couple of days, and then Niagara Falls. And I called him, I said, what's going on? And he's like, I don't know if I'm going to come back here again or not, so I want to finish some of these things. And that's not the kind of internship that you really want. And once few people do it, it just gives a bad feeling to everybody, and hurts a lot of people who are in the pipeline after that. So once you get the opportunity, make use of it in such a way that, again, as Akash said, that take ownership of the problem and produce and make everybody proud. So do a job like that. And I have some reservation for summer internships, because it takes a lot of money and effort from us to support somebody coming from India. And when they are not serious in producing anything at the end of it, then it's not a good idea. But on the side, then I'll tell you this, that we are going to start a new program now with NIT Surathkal, where we will bring 6 US students to NIT Surathkal every year, and NIT faculty will be mentoring them for research projects at NIT. And graduate admissions from NYU is going to be heavily involved with that. So these students, undergraduate students from US universities, will be doing research under Indian professors at NIT Surathkal. So I don't think you should be shy in looking for good research opportunities within India, because there are a lot of capable people doing good research in India also. NIT will also support some students within India to interface with the US students that we bring there. And I'm not sure, and Dr. Goel can tell about this, that maybe it's a good idea if MNIT can send 2-3 students at the same time, so we can create a group of students. Of course, we cannot fund you within India, but if there's funding available for you to be at NIT at the same time, then we can support it. I'm happy to say that Akash is part of that group. We got the funding together. So those students will be traveling to Jaipur for 3 days. They will visit AHA 3D for 2 days. And hopefully we would be able to organize some program with the help of Dr. Goel at MNIT. So NIT students can also interface with them next summer. So this all depends upon how travel works out based on this COVID situation right now. The funding is for at least 3 years, so we look forward to having this program started. Any other questions? So Goel sir, how are we doing with time? Are we out of
Yeah.
it or what?
No, we are on time.
We are on time?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Gupta ji,
Any other question for the admissions?
yes,
Yeah.
Professor Gupta, from MNIT also every year 2-3 students are going abroad for the internship, but from different departments.
That's a good thing. But as I said that, they should do such a good job that more people want MNIT students after that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if there are no further questions, then
Yathart, do we have questions now?
Ma'am, I
Okay.
don't think we have any. If there is no issue, we could move on, I guess.
Sarad Bhargava has joined.
Okay. So let's thank Wahida for her time and insight, and her office is available if you have any more questions. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you everyone for having me. I'm going to go ahead and put my email address down. If you have any questions, feel free to email me directly, or you can email our office as well. But yeah, thank you again.
Thank you, Vaida. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you from MNIT, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course, no problem. Have a good rest of the event, everyone. Bye.
I would like Avneet to take over and introduce the next speaker, please.
So now let's move on to the last session of today's workshop. Our speaker for this session will be Mr. Sharad Bhargav. He is an IT leader with a lot of experience in industry lines and services like in IT program management, consulting and publishing, healthcare insurance, and in other domains too. He has working experience of over 18 years and is currently working as Director Consulting in Tata Consultancy Services. He has completed his bachelor's from MNIT in 1995 and has done MBA from IMT Ghaziabad in 1998. So sir, without any delay, I would like to start the session.
Dear friend, sorry. He is a metallurgical engineer, my dear. Mr. Sarad Bhargav is metallurgical engineer. Now he is director in TCS.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much. And, it's been an honor to be present here. I did my graduation along with Professor Goel and Professor Gupta. And, of course, I couldn't do as well as they did. And I mean, they are spreading a lot of knowledge, a lot of education. And it's just my humble attempt to, share my experiences in the industry with all of you and hope that you benefit from those experiences. It's, really a long journey. It's 25 years since I got out of the college, and I'm sure that a lot of things have changed. So let's get started. And, I also want it to be an interactive session. So keep on asking questions. I'll share my experiences, my knowledge with you in all the areas, be it education, be it, work, be it, interviews. So we'll get started, and let me share my screen. Okay, so let's, first tell me about myself, and thanks for the introduction. So first thing, I'm a lifelong learner. So I try to learn a new thing every year. Even presently, I'm doing my master's in cybersecurity and at New York University. So unfortunately, Professor Gupta is my professor. So, this is one thing, I would like to tell all of you, that always try to learn something new every year, every day in your life. In my job at TCS, I make new market offerings, that is new products or new service offerings for the customers. And I work very closely with the TCS customers. Also, I work very closely with the internal teams. Apart from that, I also do campus recruitment from TCS, mostly in US. I go to Penn State University, the University of Maryland, and another university in Delaware. So it's also my job to bring up the fresh engineers who have joined TCS. So I mentor them during their first year. So that's what I do at TCS. In my work, I interact with CEOs, other C-level people from my customers, their VPs, understand what they do, understand what their job is, and try to help them in getting their job done. I also teach chess. It's a very little known fact that I used to be captain of the chess team in MREC. Now it's known as MNIT. I used to play chess a lot, and then nowadays I try to teach it to young kids. And I also help in upcoming businesses. So it's an interesting thing what you learn at a large scale. So what I learned at TCS applies to large scale companies, but same thing is also applicable to small businesses. And I try to help my neighborhood businesses as much as with that knowledge. So in this, I want to see if you have any questions. Okay.
Yes, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So you transitioned from metallurgy to software and being very successful for 25 years now. What skill set was important in that case that you can emphasize upfront, and we can look for that in your presentation as it comes?
So, well, my entire presentation is geared towards that. So a lot of things I learned at MNIT were helpful. A lot of things I learned on my way. The transition was not easy. I was doing MBA immediately after the engineering college. If today I had to take that decision, I wouldn't have done MBA immediately after the engineering college. I would have waited 2-3 years, gotten some work experience, and then I would have done MBA. So any aspiring MBA students, if you want to do MBA, don't go directly after your engineering or graduation. You have to wait 2-3 years, get some work experience, and then do MBA. So that's something which I would have done differently today. Now, coming back to the question of how the transition was from metallurgy to software. Immediately after MBA, I was doing sales. And then from sales, I was taken into General Electric. So GE at that time was coming to India. They were trying to outsource their jobs, and I joined one of their units, which was doing the software development. So I was hired by them. I was their first employee in that unit. And I started learning software from there. So it took me a long journey from doing the software development to project management, program management, to what I'm doing today. The key lesson here was that you have to reinvent yourself every few years. sometimes even every year you have to reinvent yourself, because what you're doing today may not be relevant to what you're going to do tomorrow. Even in the normal engineering streams, what you're doing, like mechanical engineering, metallurgy, I know everyone will be interested in understanding what engineering jobs would be, but there is a lot of software involved. Nowadays, almost all the industries, they run on software. The percentage of software used is almost between 60 to 80%. And remaining 20 to 40% is your engineering knowledge. So the thing is that what you're learning at college and when you get into the job are two different things. And you will have to learn very quickly how to perform in your job, how to use the tools that are provided by your employer, and you have to learn new skills. And this is what I emphasize to all the students that I take in TCS, mentor them through their first year, because when they join, they would have done computer science graduation or cybersecurity graduation or other engineering streams they come from. And when they join TCS and the work they do, it's totally different. So they need to apply the skills they learned in the college with the tools that the employer is providing them to do the job. So that is something that transition you will have to make. And there are certain skills that will be really helpful in making that transition happen for all of you. And even if you go into an engineering job, the same skills will apply. A lot of my classmates today, they are running businesses, they are CEOs, they are at higher position in the industry, and there is a common theme between all of them are these soft skills that we are going to discuss today. So I hope I answered your question, Professor Gupta, and I will be sharing all those skills in the presentation today.
Definitely, thank you.
Okay, so interesting thing Professor Gupta brought up, and I was going to touch upon that jobs are changing today. It was true way back in '95 when we got out of engineering, and it's true today. So when you see this picture, there is a big area where you see that old jobs are getting automated. And the new employment that is coming up focuses on innovation. Everything is changing because in our times, when we wanted to go from place A to place B, we would call a taxi or a cab. Either you call them or you stood out on the road, waved your hand and hope that the taxi driver will stop seeing you. Today you use Uber or Ola to do the same thing. Okay? So there's a lot which has changed in the industry. So things that are affecting what our jobs are changing, there is increased automation. We are using robotics and artificial intelligence in a lot of jobs. So I'll give you one example, and it's from software industry. That earlier we used to have server administrators who used to manage servers, and typically for every 2-3 servers we would need one person to manage them. Now the things have changed so much that in the data centers used of Amazon or Google or Facebook or any other large company, most of the servers are managed by software, and you just need one person to look after maybe 10,000 servers. So there is a scale which has changed. Earlier we would have, where we would have 2,000-3,000 engineers, we just need one engineer now to do that. And same is going on in the manufacturing industry, where a lot has changed. Now the quality control or the machine operation, all those things that were done by engineers are being done by robots or the software itself. So a lot has changed. Now the question is that what you will do in such cases where the jobs have changed. I mean, that's where engineers would come in. You will be innovating, trying to do things new way, come up with new inventions, and it's an opportunity for you to do something more than the typical engineering job. So a lot has changed. There is a globalization. Earlier, I used to have my entire team in a single room and we would discuss things, but now my team is all over the world. So I will have Zoom meeting or a WebEx meeting just like I'm having now and work with them. So a lot has changed. Let's see if you have any questions now, and we'll move on to the skills part. Okay, so there is a question that, there are two questions. Explain the difference between taking direct admission in MBA just after graduation or after having some years of experience. So there is, the difference it makes is that in MBA, what you learn is about management, and it's about managing people. It's about managing your customers. And that is something that you don't get to learn or you haven't experienced in your graduation. That is something that will only come to you after you have worked in the industry for at least 2 to 3 years. How you interact with other people, how you interact with your peers or your managers, you will only know after you have worked, and that's the main difference. So what happens is when you do an MBA immediately after graduation, it becomes difficult to understand what they are teaching and how you will apply it. So once you have a work experience, you can relate to what is being taught and you can understand how you apply it. Second question is that you hire from various universities, and what is the difference between American and Indian undergraduate jobs? So that's a very interesting question. Prior to TCS, I spent a lot of time in Cognizant. I also spent some time with Deloitte Consulting, and I interacted with Indian undergrads also at that time, and I interacted with US undergrads. There are few differences. So majorly, the difference comes in the way two of them communicate. So Indian undergrads, and especially I've seen, and don't get offended, it's not a comment on your capabilities. The communication part is quite weak. So what that happens is that if I give a work to them, they will try to do it to the best of their capabilities. But if they get stuck, or if there is some obstacle, they will not ask me how to solve it. They will try to keep it with themselves and try to solve it on their own, which is great, but it delays the things. That is something that the Americans won't do. They're very direct. They will bring up the problem immediately if they encounter something, and they will ask for help when it is needed. So that is something which is different between Indian engineers and American engineers. Of course, there is a lot more creativity with the Indian engineers than the American engineers. So these are the differences that I see all the time when hiring. Another question from Vikas, that will we be able to make time for preparing for IIM when we start working in corporate world? Well, you can make time. It's not very difficult to make time. The people who say they are busy, they are not utilizing their time properly. If you utilize your time smartly, you can prepare for IIM or any other thing that you need. So I have a full-time job, which is almost like 12 hours in a day. And I'm doing master's in cybersecurity, plus I do several other things during the day. But it's about making proper use of the time. So you can prepare for IIM. It's easy. There's a lot of my classmates who went for IIM. There was one student from our batch itself. He worked for 2-3 years, and then he went to IIM Bangalore. Currently, he runs his own company in Bangalore. So you can do it. It's not that difficult. You utilize your time properly. What job profile that someone should apply just after BTech for better understanding of business? It really doesn't matter what job profile. Any job, it's not a small or big job, any job that you can do after BTech, what you're offered, it will be a better understanding. Okay. So that's the questions. I'll go to the communication skills, and I will explain what I meant by communication skills and what you can do to help yourself. Okay. So let me share a video. I think everyone loves cricket here, or most of you, I think. So let me play this. So what do you think happened here? It's a total, what do you say, a breakdown of communications. The batsmen and the non-striker were not communicating with each other. They were worried about what they themselves were doing, rather than communicating to each other that it's not there is no run there, and you should just go back to the crease. In the end, one of them got run out. So when I say communicate, always ask questions, right? And it was especially my weakness when I graduated out, that I will not ask questions. I thought it was my ego, which, I thought that I would appear weak if I asked questions that I don't understand this thing. That's not the case. The problem is when you don't ask questions, and sometimes, just because you don't want to appear weak, it becomes problematic because you don't understand and it delays the thing. And especially when you're working, time is valuable. I would rather like a person who would ask questions and gets the job done on time rather than someone who makes a great effort and doing things on his own but delays them. Okay? So if you don't understand anything, always ask questions. Okay? The second thing is that we think that other person understands. Same thing happened in that run out where everyone was looking out for themselves, but not understanding that other person is not able to figure it out. So always over communicate. If something that you think that other person knows, it's normally the case that other person doesn't know. So over communicate, make sure that other person understands. If you look at the army, what they do is that when they give an instruction, when senior officer gives an instruction to junior officer, it is expected that junior officer repeat those instructions. Why? Because that the senior officer then knows that junior officer understands those instructions. So it's something to keep in mind. Like over communicate, make sure that other person has understood your point of view or whatever you're trying to communicate. Thirdly, you have to tell the truth without being rude. Especially in our culture, in Indian culture, it is considered bad, sometimes we don't speak up because we think that we will be considered rude. And that's okay. But you have to tell the truth without being rude. And best way to do it is to focus on the job rather than on the person. So instead of telling someone that, hey, you are wrong, right? That is kind of offensive. So you have to say more diplomatically and say that, well, what you're suggesting is good. And if we look at the job we are trying to do, this is the thing, that will stop this job from getting done. So you shift the conversation away from the person to the thing that is being done. And this is very important. And, these are the three things that actually I see the difference between Indian engineers and American engineers. The American engineers are very direct. They directly go on to the job and say that, it will not get done if I do this. So they take the focus away from the person and they're very objective about the things getting done or not getting done, and they over communicate. So that is something for you to keep in mind whenever whether you're appearing for an interview, whether you're appearing for admission, or whether you're doing in a job, always follow these things. Even in the interviews, we look for the candidates who are open and who are interested. And how do we gauge the interest? We look at the candidates whether they are asking questions about the job they are being interviewed for, or they are keeping quiet. So in any interview, there will be a question that, do you have any questions for me? So make sure that you have some questions for the job you are getting interviewed for. If you don't ask any questions, the interviewer gets the impression that you are not interested, or you are just appearing there for the sake of a job. So especially in these times when jobs are limited, or where the opportunities are getting limited due to the COVID, you have to present your best. So always ask questions. And fourthly, share your ideas. So there is no idea big or small, right? If you think something can be improved, bring up your idea, and especially your employers will love you for this. even though the idea may not get implemented, right, you will be seen as a person who is trying to improve the things. And that is very important for your career progression. Okay, so let's stop here and see if we have any questions. Okay.
So Sharad, can I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
So when you propose an idea in an organization, there is always a pushback from other people, and there can be reasons, they can vary from anything. Some people may find flaw in the idea, some people may be resistant to change or something. So what is the best way to communicate these ideas in setting where you can find more favorable environment through your communication?
Okay. I have faced that situation a lot of times, and it is my job to make new proposals and sell those proposals to people who are not willing to buy. So there is a resistance always, and it's very important that through your communication you try to figure out why someone is resistant to that idea. And there are many reasons why people are resistant. One is the inertia itself. People don't want to change. There are things which are being done a certain way, but they don't want to change the way it is being done. The second is money, that the idea is good, but simply there is no money for that idea. So if you are coming out with an idea, you also have to think about how it will get implemented and where will you get all the resources to implement that idea. And if you make it easier for the other person to take the decision, it's more likely that your idea will get accepted. Thirdly, if there is a pushback, is because that there are people who have issues in accepting somebody else's idea. And that's where you can persuade them that it is their own idea. And that's where you are getting into the political end of idea sharing. But important thing is that, and that is my next topic, that how do you get people to accept the things that you're suggesting? And very effective way to do that is that you do the networking. It's not the computer networking I'm talking about, but building relationships with different people. Understand what their objectives are and how you can make them successful in their objectives. Once you start doing that, you will find it that it becomes a lot more easier to sell your ideas and get it accepted. So, but nevertheless, despite the pushback, despite the resistance, and especially for the students or somebody who's just gotten into the job, who will not have that good a network, can share the ideas, still people will see that person as innovative. So there are, several ways in which you can overcome pushback to the ideas. And the best way is that you start building relationships and, find the triggers for the people which makes them work. So there's a question, can you give an example for experience? How can one ask the interviewer a question without being rude? So I don't know whether, what the question means. You can always ask interviewer a question without being rude. The thing is that don't ask a personal question to any interviewer, because one, they may not be comfortable answering that question, and two, some of them might take offense. Okay, so do your own research before appearing for an interview, but you can always ask a question to an interviewer, and just, make it focused on the job. So, for example, if you want to ask the question that, how much salary will I get? Right? Normally, it is, most of the interviewers will be uncomfortable answering that question because they don't know how much will be offered. There are HR guidelines about the salary and all. So what they do, what you can do is that you can ask this question in a different way. And you can ask it like, how much a person is paid in a similar profile, right? So you might get a range of the salary without asking how much salary will be there. Okay? So you can always ask questions and without being rude. Never go to personal questions like, what is the age, what is your age, and, are you married? Never ask those questions. They are really rude. Tips for effective conflict resolution in group communication. Well, the best tip for conflict resolution is being a listener. If you actively listen, you will figure out the real content in any communication, and you can keep aside the emotion. And, typically, conflicts are because there are emotions. People bring out emotions in their content, and if you take out the emotion and you focus on the content, you can resolve the conflicts. Okay? So if somebody is saying that this thing is really bad, so don't go on the tone of that person or anything said before and after that statement, but think about why it is that person is saying it is bad. So if you listen properly, you can resolve a conflict. And I'll say that these are great questions, and some of these questions can have a workshop of its own. Conflict resolution, when we have for our senior executives, it's typically a 2-day workshop. And there are role plays and things that we do to do the conflict resolution. I myself went through a communications workshop at Carnegie Mellon University. And it was a 5-day workshop in which we were taught about conflict resolution, interviewing skills, and effective communications. How to generate enthusiasm to learn new things? Well, you don't need to generate enthusiasm to learn new things. So you have to, figure out yourself what you really like or dislike. And if you really like something, you will want to learn about it. Some people are very much interested in photography, and I have few friends who do a wonderful photography. They did engineering, they did MBA with me, and one guy used to be a vice president in Flipkart in India. He gave up his job, and he's now full-time focused into photography. For 15 years, he didn't do anything in photography, but he liked it. Then he started learning it. He took lessons from YouTube, went out, he did the photographs. He traveled all over India, took photographs of different fairs like Kumbh and all. And now he has started his own company where he does, wedding photography. So you really need to look into yourself to see what you really like, and you follow that. And then you will be able to learn new things. but it's up to you what you like and focus on that. So I give you one example of a photographer. There were two of my classmates who were into acting, and they got really good jobs out of MBA. After 6 years, they gave up their jobs. They went to the drama school, and they are into acting now. There was a third person who did a marketing job, but he gave up that job and he's into now marketing the movies. So it's really up to you what you want to learn, what you are more passionate about. And I'm sure every one of you will have something that you're very passionate about. So, figure out what that thing is and you will get enthusiasm to learn it. For me, I was always curious about things, how they work and what makes them tick. And that's how I ended up learning different things over the years. So cybersecurity, I was very much interested. I mean, I had a naughty mind. I tried to hack into websites and all that. And that gave me my enthusiasm to learn about cybersecurity. So it's up to you what you want to do. Okay. So let me go on to the next topic. Yes. So network. So that's something which is very important. And as you get into the corporate world, or you are starting your own business, or even if you are a student going for a higher study, you need to build a network. And it's not the computer network I'm talking about. It's the network of people. It's very important because in Hindi we say, "Jungle mein mor nacha kisne dekha." So if you're doing great things, but nobody knows about it, it's as if they never happened. So if you're doing good things, if you are, doing great in life, reach out to people and let them know what you're doing and also understand what they are doing. I have had at least 2 job offers just because that I knew someone and I talked to that person and said, "Oh, we are looking for this type of a person." And that's how I ended up in those jobs. So thing is that get to know different people, whether it is your job, whether it is business. I mean, when I mentor the businessmen, I always say that, make a club, find like-minded people and share ideas. What makes your business work, understand from that what makes their business work, right? It doesn't have to be something that you want to sell to them. Just find an area of common interest. So what helps is that, you can then, find out more ideas. You can promote your services. And also, if you're looking for something, you can figure that out, that there is another person who's doing it. So try to find and reach out to new people, build trust with them, right? If people see that you are selfish or you are working for your own interest, you won't be able to make a network. So when you're reaching out to someone or, making a relationship with someone, it has to be based on trust. And you can start by, giving a small help or just listening to that person. So you'll be able to build trust. You have to be yourself. You can't be anyone else. People figure that out very easily. If you try to pretend to be someone else, you won't be able to build trust. And that's really important. And be diverse. So don't just hang out with engineers. Try to find people who are artists, who are, lawyers or any other profession. The more diverse you get, the better understanding of the world you will have. And that will be really helpful in your career progression. And this is something that has really helped me, because in my job, when I make a service offering, I need to understand what other people are doing. And I can't do that if I just hang out with software engineers. I don't want to become an expert in Python or, C++. What I need to understand is like what other, what things like, how an industry works, or, how a book publisher goes and collecting content for his book, so that I can, advise him how we can do it better with technology. Right? So that is something that you keep in mind while networking. Okay. So this is something, Professor Gupta, that you asked, that sometimes your ideas don't get accepted or there is a pushback. So when you're networking, you're building a team of your supporters or team of your sponsors, and those are the people who will help get you past that resistance. So in my world, we use it quite often, and we call it pre-wiring. So we will share our idea with a known friend in another company, ask for his input, and that way we will figure out that what will work, what will not work in that company, and then we refine our idea and present it to the person with whom we think there will be a resistance. So best way is to, when you build your network, try to identify people who can be your coaches, who will guide you through such situations where you think that there will be resistance to your ideas. So I hope I have answered that question. But if you feel that you are getting stuck somewhere, you can always reach out to me. I will help any of those students who are here. So let's see if we have any more questions here. Okay. Professor Goyal, how we are doing on time?
Sir, we have time right now. Yatharth or anyone, if you are here, please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have time.
So, okay. So let me share another video. So I think if I share a video, the audio will also be there, right? Okay, let me see. So this is a video of a Harvard University professor, and it's an interesting topic he's talking about. He's talking about milkshakes and why people buy milkshakes. So I'll come to why I brought up this video.
Trying to do something sales of their milkshakes. They had just studied this problem up the gazoo. They brought in customers who fit the profile of the quintessential milkshake consumer. And they'd given them samples and asked, could you tell us how we can improve our milkshakes so you buy more of them? Do you want it chocolatey or cheaper, chunky or chewier? They get very clear feedback. They would then improve the milkshake on those dimensions, and it had no impact on sales or profits whatsoever. So one of our colleagues went in with a different question on his mind, and that was, I wonder what job arises in people's lives that cause them to come to this restaurant to hire a milkshake. So we stood in a restaurant for 18 hours one day and just took very careful data What time did they buy these milkshakes? What were they wearing? Were they alone? Did they buy other food with it? Did they eat it in the restaurant or drive off with it? It turned out that nearly half of the milkshakes were sold before 8 o'clock in the morning. The people who bought them were always alone. It was the only thing they bought, and they all got in the car and drove off. So to figure out what job they were trying to hire it to do, we came back the next day and stood outside the restaurant so we could confront these folks as they left milkshake in hand. And in language that they could understand, we essentially asked, "Excuse me, please, I got to sort this puzzle out. What job were you trying to do for yourself that caused you to come here and hire that milkshake?" And they'd struggle to answer, so we then helped them by asking other questions like, "Well, think about the last time you were in the same situation, needing to get the same job done, but you didn't come here to hire a milkshake. What did you hire?" And then as we put all of their answers together, it became clear that they all had the same job to do in the morning. And that is they had a long and boring drive to work. And they just needed something to do while they drove to keep the commute interesting. One hand had to be on the wheel, but somebody had given them another hand, and there wasn't anything in it. And they just needed something to do while they drove. They weren't hungry yet, but they knew they'd be hungry by 10 o'clock. So they also wanted something that would just pop down there on the stage for that morning. Good question. What do I hire when I do this job? You know, I've never framed the question that way before, but last Friday I hired a banana to do the job. Take my word for it, never hired bananas. They're gone in 3 minutes, you're hungry by 7:30. If you promise not to tell my wife, I probably hire donuts twice a week. They don't do it well either. They're gone fast, they crumb all over my clothes and get my fingers dirty. Sometimes I hire bagels, but as you know, they're so dry and tasteless. I have to steer the car with my knees while I'm putting jam on them, and then the phone thinks we got the crisis. I remember I hired a Snickers bar once, but I felt so guilty I've never hired Snickers again. Let me tell you, when I come here and hire this milkshake, it is so viscous that it easily takes me 20 minutes to suck it up that thin little straw. Who cares what the ingredients are? I don't. All I know is I'm full all morning and it fits right here in my cup.
Sir, the volume is quite low for students.
Okay, so let me explain what the professor was trying to say. So this person was a professor with Harvard University. Unfortunately, he's no more. But while he was teaching there, McDonald's came to him with a problem. They wanted to sell more of their milkshakes, and they wanted him to research how they can sell more milkshakes. So his team, did the surveys. They tried to figure out what kind of milkshakes people like, and now they couldn't figure out how to improve the sales of milkshakes. So one of his team members, he went out and surveyed McDonald's locations and found out that most of the milkshakes are sold around 8 a.m. in the morning. Then they tried to figure out why those milkshakes are sold at that particular time in the morning. So interestingly, they found that people who are buying the milkshakes are people who are driving to work, and they're driving for more than 20-30 minutes. The reason they bought those milkshakes was not because of taste or anything. They just wanted to pass time while driving. Any other thing like a donut or a sandwich would get over very quickly, and again, they will look for something to pass the time. Or if they bought, something else, it would not be as tasty as a milkshake. But milkshake being thick and it took time, to consume all of that, they bought it. So that was something which was eye-opening for that professor. And that's where he came out with a completely new concept of finding out what job a certain thing is doing. So, and it is still being used. The professor then went on to advise US military about, how to deal with threats which are like terrorist threats and all, based on the same thinking. So that brings us to our next topic, that whatever we are doing, we need to use critical thinking. So just like, that concept of milkshake, like if you just think about it superficially and you think that, you can improve the sales of milkshake by changing the flavor, by changing, sugar in it, that wouldn't have worked. But you needed to figure out why people actually use milkshake. So that's what, all of you are engineers, and this is something we learn every day, or we have learned every day during the course, to think based on data. That's what we have been taught. And that's what you need to carry forward in your career, that you have to think critically. Don't just look at the surface of things. It doesn't work that way. So whenever you're doing, trying to solve a problem, whether it is a work-related problem, you have to think of alternatives. What are other things that I have not considered? You have to respect counterpoints, because, you work with humans, and all humans will have opinions, right? So they will give you counterpoints, so you have to respect that. Nothing is bad or good. It's just that some of the opinions don't work, and you can, bring out data to support you. Always keep learning new things. You will never know how they get applied. I mean, my personal experience, so there was a company which they did data. So there was a team which took the invoices or the bills and they entered it into the computer. So that company, and this was like almost like 18, 19 years back. So the softwares were not that advanced, but the company wanted that whatever data is entered, it can be processed quickly. So they wanted us to write a software for that. And we created a software, and it was really good. So it brought down their processing time, but it was not getting used. And when we went back to that company, they called us and they said that people are not using your software. And we couldn't figure out what was wrong, because it had passed every testing. It was reducing time for their processing. Then we went and talked to the data entry operators why they're not using it. So the thing was that earlier those data entry operators just had a number pad, and where they would use one hand to hold the invoice and other hand to punch in the numbers, the invoice numbers and the amount and everything with other hand. And what the new software did was force them to use a keyboard, and they never had used keyboard in their lives. So they were very resistant to use the keyboard, and they said, why can't we do it the way we used to do earlier? Because the processing time doesn't affect us, it affects other executives in the company. But for us, we'll have to learn typing and do this. So long story short, we had to rewrite some portion of that software to make sure that they can do the data entry with one hand. So this is where the critical thinking comes into picture. So it is an important thing in your career, in your life, that you use it. focus on the data, try to get as many opinions as possible, and finally, don't get paralyzed, because there is also a tendency that we just keep on thinking and don't take any action. So use your judgment, take action when you think there is enough data, because you will always do some experimentation, but the key thing is that you learn from that experiment and move on and take that learning forward. Don't get paralyzed and say that, oh, I have to consider everything before I take any decision. That is called paralysis by analysis. So don't get into that trap. Okay. So let's move on, and let's see if we have any question. Okay, so I did get a lot of inputs about the video. So I will share the video link, you can see it, but the main aspect was that it was about the critical thinking, how we can use it in the jobs. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. So this is something, going the extra mile, we look for in our employees, and especially when you are a fresher in a company and you're just there, getting trained. So most of the engineers who join us will be in training for at least 3 to 6 months before they are put on any real job. And how do we make the difference between, marking someone who is A versus someone who is B? Is we look for that whether a person is going extra mile. So what that means is that whether the person is working smart. So there will be a lot of people who will be in office between 9 a.m. in the morning and all the way late into the night. But that's not the smart work. That might be working hard, but not really working smart. So smart work is that how you can get your work done more efficiently than another person. So, when you are in a job or even when you are studying, try to figure out how you can be more efficient at what you do. It is something that is quite valued, because the person who is working smart will get more chances at promotions. They will be doing much better academically than the person who is just working hard. Make sure that working with you is a pleasant experience. So people should really like you. And that doesn't mean that you have to be nice with everyone. You have to say no to certain things, but do it in a way that makes it, a pleasant experience. Focus on the job to be done, what you're doing. You are going to encounter, like once you are out of the academic environment, and even in the higher studies, you will meet people who will be distracting you from the work to be done. There will be a lot of things where you will find pushback or resistance. But if you focus on what work you are going to do, you will get through that. And that's something where transition becomes difficult between college life and the work life. In college life, you will have a lot of friends. Nobody is really threatened by you. But when you do go in a job, you are in a very competitive situation. Your colleagues will always think that you are a threat to them, because you're all, trying to get those few promotion slots or salary hikes or a better posting. Even in higher studies, when you are submitting your thesis, you are in competition with somebody else. So if you focus on what you need to do rather than getting influenced by somebody else, you will do a better job. And finally, always try to deliver something extra. So it's not that whatever is your job, you do that and you're done. I mean, that's what you were supposed to do. But if you want to get ahead, always try to do something extra. Bring your thoughts into thought process, critical thinking, your communications into the work, and see what you can do extra. So that is what we call as going the extra mile. And it becomes really important whenever you are in a competitive situation, be it a job, be it higher studies, or anything in life. So always work smart, be pleasant, and focus on your job to be done. And let's see if we have any questions. Okay. So let's move on to the last topic, because I wanted to keep it simple so that you can understand it. But do reach out to me if you have any, you are in any situation that you want any advice or any inputs from me. This is the final one. So whatever you are learning today or whatever you do in life, you will be helped by several people, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And you need to, do it to others. So this is what we call paying it forward. So whatever you have learned, and I hope that some of you will come back after 25 years and share your wisdom with the batch or other students, whether it is MNIT or any other college. Share your ideas, share your credits, because whatever work you do in any job, you're not doing it alone. There is often a team involved. So if you share the credits, you will get loyalty of your team and you will do much better things than if you just took the credit on your own. So share your ideas, spread your knowledge, and share your credits. Finally, whenever you're helping someone, you should help, not spoon feed. Right? So if you're teaching somebody to fish, that person will feed himself for lifetime. So if you're helping someone, don't give a fish, help that person to learn to fish. So that way you're helping and not spoon feeding. And this is something you should practice even while you are in college, or whether you're new at job, help others, and in return, you will get a lot of help yourself. So finally, this should be your daily action plan. Focus on your health. Nowadays, human life expectancy is longer than any time in our past. So be healthy. If you're healthy, you will be able to do your job better and you don't worry about your health. Learn a new thing and teach a new thing. So try to learn something new every day and also share your knowledge with others every day. So that brings us to an end. Any final questions?
Do we have questions, Yatharth?
No, ma'am, not yet. If anyone has having any doubt, they can raise their hand so we can unmute yours. Or they can write in chat box. No, ma'am, no one is asking anything.
I can ask one more.
So,
Yes.
yeah, certainly.
Yeah, the insight has been excellent. There is something that you said, but I want to elaborate more on it and hear your thoughts. So these days, when somebody is hiring an engineer, they expect that engineer to be owner of a problem. And at that point onwards, you are communicating with mostly people who don't know anything about your project. It's a diverse team. You are a mechanical engineer talking to electronics engineers and business people and all that kind of other people. So how do you tune your conversation to those people so they understand the importance of the technical work that you are doing, but also get the business aspect and other things aligned with what you deliver to them?
So it is a great question. And best way to do this is that when I said about learning, so you understand what the other person is trying to accomplish. Okay, so put yourself in the shoes of that other person and think from his point of view what they are trying to do and where your work fits in. And if you explain in those terms to that person, whether it's a business person or an electronics engineer or any other person, they will be able to understand what you're trying to do and how you're trying to help them. And this is something which I found in engineers especially, that engineers are very flexible. They can understand most of the things because throughout our studies for 4 years, we are taught to think about problems, taught to think objectively. And this is something that we need to do, that put yourself in other person's shoes and figure out what the problem that person is facing. And I explained it like, when we did that software project, we never looked at those data entry operators. Their objective was to enter the data as quickly as possible. And the way they did that was, and how they become more efficient at that was that by holding invoice in one hand and entering the data with other hand, they were doing it really fast. We never talked to them. We never understood their problem. And that's why when the software was delivered, it wasn't getting used by data entry operators. So if somebody had looked at them or talked to them, they would have understood that that is also a problem to be solved. So the problem given to us was that the software is taking a lot of time for processing, but that was the problem for 2 or 3 senior executives, which we solved, but we really didn't go out to the data entry operators. So that's where engineer should try to figure out who all are the people who are having or who have a stake in that problem. Talk to them, understand, how it affects them, and then you can solve that problem. So don't just look at one aspect of the problem, but look at other aspects too, like the milkshake problem, that if you just think of it from flavors point of view, you will not increase the sales because people are not really interested in the flavors. They were more interested in passing the time. So use the critical thinking, use your networking, communication skills to find out how that problem affects everyone and think from their point of view. And then you will be better able to explain your importance of your work and in the language that they understand. I hope that answered your question.
That was great insight. Thank you.
Sarad? Sarad?
Yes, Professor Goel.
I have seen your all the slides, but I have not seen one word, hard work. That is very, very important, I think, because you have also gone through that phase. I have also gone through that phase. I did PhD after getting the marry. That most of you may not be knowing.
Yes.
And really hard work, na ki aapka language, because some of the students are hesitating in communicating and asking the question. But according to me, language is not important. It is the hard work.
Yes. It is so, Professor Goel, I'll differ from you. I'll say it is the smart work, because finding time. People always say that I will not get time to do this. It's really about finding that time. Like, marriage has its own responsibilities. You are responsible to your wife, kids, and other people, but you have to find time from your married life to do PhD. And that is where the smartness comes in. Of course, you do hard work, but you're also doing it smartly.
Yeah, that is true. One more important thing I would like to share, because number of participants have been decreased. So it is good time to share. As Guptaji said that he has become from metallurgical engineer to mechanical, now IT, I can say IT professor. So similar thing was happened with me. I was metallurgical engineer, then I worked in industry for 3 years. Then I worked research work on polymer materials, polymeric materials. Means there is no metallurgy there. But in polymer composite, I did PhD. Then I appeared for the faculty position in College of Engineering, Pune. So Professor Ballal, he interviewed me, and Professor Gupta know him very well. He is a well-known professor. So he challenged me in the interview board, Dr. Goel, you cannot teach to the metallurgical student in COIP. Then I took his challenge seriously. I told him, sir, I can teach any metallurgical subject. Okay. Then I will ask 3 questions to you. If you can reply, then from my side, you will be selected. And sir, okay, you are most welcome. You can ask me whatever question you want to ask. So he asked me one question only. What are the now that question Guptaji, he knows very well. You may not remember. So parameters for reducing the sulfur content in the steels. I replied exactly what he was expecting. So he get up from his chair. Then he told clearly to all the members he should be selected. And then I got 1 point from. Then I got the chance for negotiation. Board wanted to hire me on lecturer position, but because he get up from the chair, he excited from my answer. Then I told them, sir, I came here for the assistant professor, not for the lecturer. So if you give me the assistant professor, then I will join. Otherwise, I will not join. Then director told, Dr. Goel, you don't worry. We will give the salary. What is the salary of the assistant professor? But you join as a lecturer. Then I told clearly, no, sir, you give less salary to me, but I will join as an assistant professor. So finally, board selected me. And now because of that position, now I am here in my own institute. I am heading the chair. Just you see, this is very interesting story.
That's a great example.
Yeah.
So,
and that's also a great example of how to ask for something without sounding rude.
So any my dear friends, students, any question you can share, because this is the golden opportunity. I was sitting in the office from 2:30 to 8, but most of the students have gone. I can see here the list. So anyway,
they cannot withstand so much.
no. See, now I will not organize such program for them.
Yeah, seriously, even I'm very discouraged with them.
See, we have organized this program only for them, but it is really discouraging to us.
Yeah.
And Professor Gupta, he wake up in the morning 5 a.m. We can't imagine, but anyway, he has proved that he can do whatever he want to do for our student.
It's always a pleasure.
anytime, Professor Goel. I mean, as I said, like, I hope that after 25 years, some of these students will come back and do the same thing we are doing.
So, Swati and Kunal, we can have one photo here because all 30, you can request to the participant now.
Yes, sir.
So
We'll
I
have
think,
a group photo, yeah.
Yeah, so those who have left, they will realize.
I have shared my screen for a moment. We have these additive manufacturing security panel discussions going on. The next one is on October 2nd, and these are some world-class researchers who are assembled for this panel. The registration is now open. It's a free event. It's by Zoom. So feel free to go there. Justin Scott is the executive editor of JOM, which is from TMS Society. I'm sure all material science students know about JOM and TMS. Eric McDonald, again, very well-known guy, is associate editor for Additive Manufacturing Journal. Jian Yu is additive manufacturing lead for polymers at the US Army Research Lab in Aberdeen. And Axel von Hell is professor at Lebanese Institute of Technology in Germany. So these are all the people with great credits to their name, and they'll talk about security in 3D printing on October 2nd. So you are welcome to join this event and listen to them.
Definitely, Gupta ji, I will circulate it. Can you share how many participants, particularly MNIT students, have joined previous your workshop? Because I have circulated.
Yeah, I can. I have the spreadsheets. I can share that.
Yes, please. You send me that Excel sheet or whatever sheet you have, so that because
okay.
So we can give credit to those
the
students.
registration link for this workshop I have shared in the chat.
And Sarad, yeah. Sarad ji?
Yes, Professor Goel.
In future, maybe next month or after 2 months, we will have more sessions, but not more than one session on each day actually, ma'am. Maybe because I think having more than one session in one day, students do not like. Swati, am I right?
Okay.
We should have one or maximum 2 sessions in a day. Gupta ji?
So what I can see is that their endurance limit is very, very poor. They cannot.
Lacking is the motivation for typing.
Gupta ji कुछ बोलेंगे?
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's not good to force students, even if it is few students. I think if they are learning something out of this workshop, I'm fine with it. I think 30 is not a bad number.
Yeah.
We want everybody from MNI to be very successful, and we hope everybody will benefit from it. But even if some people are taking tips out of what these experts are sharing, this will be a good change in the life of a lot of other students as well.
Yeah, Professor Goel, there was a research done by one of the universities, and so which figured out that nowadays the students cannot read books which are longer, bigger books. So now the attention span is really between 1 minute to 1 minute 30 seconds. So we need to have sessions which are smaller and more targeted if we want to get more participants.
You are right actually, ma'am. Gupta ji, one more thing I want to share with my students actually, ma'am. So I attended one conference in Trivandrum, and you, because you are professor, you know very well what I want to share with them. During PhD or MTech, we don't learn much actually. When we do the research, then we really learn something. So one Sweden professor asked me one question, and I was there to present my research work. So he has asked one question, Mr. Goel. I was doing research, PhD at that time. Why you are getting 2 peaks in DSC curve? Those 2 peaks were representing glass transition temperature. So I couldn't answer because I knew that time only one glass transition temperature, and everyone knows that there is one glass transition temperature for the amorphous polymer. Then he explained me, no, this second glass transition temperature is because of the presence of reinforcement. So then he described. Later on, I read 10, 20 research papers. Everywhere I got second glass transition temperature. But the second glass transition temperature is not mentioned in textbook. So from that one sentence and two sentences, I learned lot of science behind the polymer composites. So attending the conferences, workshop play important role in learning the science and engineering. That thing I think most of the students do not know.
Yes, it is true, and I think since Zoom has made it easier, why don't we start a series of presentation by PhD students that NIT students can present, and even we can attend from here sometimes.
So do you have time?
We can set it up like, once or twice a semester in such a way that 2-3 students can present, or maybe, total 15-minute presentation, 2 students each in 1 hour, and question answer, something like that.
Yeah, this is a great idea. Actually, I had in my mind, I should start this practice every month, once in a month. But now we are making it, we can make it internationally, as you suggested. Dr. Swati, I think we should start from our students. Then we will make it compulsory for the department.
Definitely, sir. I would appreciate Dr. Nikhil's involvement today. The way he has, throughout the session, the way he has cooperated, that's really appreciable, sir. Thank you, sir.
Actually, I was worrying during the Akash session because most of the participants were leaving. So, but he has managed very nicely.
Yeah, he managed the sessions. Yeah, very well.
His company has done a lot of work. I think India should be proud of the success that he's creating there.
Yeah.
And that's why we submitted the proposal in the US to bring students, and his company was prominently featured in our proposal, because nobody around the world is making 3D printers like that, and it's all done from scratch by his own team. And the company is in Jaipur, so I think students should visit them, look at how they made these products, and think about how they can contribute to something in the similar areas.
So I think गुप्ता जी भी थक गए होंगे, और अपने शरद जी भी जो है मॉर्निंग में खड़ा होना पड़ा शरद जी को. तो गुप्ता जी आपको और शरद जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है, और आप रेडी हो फ्यूचर में भी हमारे बच्चों के साथ में अपने नॉलेज शेयर करने के लिए और गाइड करने के लिए.
And I received your list for American Society for Composites.
Yeah.
I should be thankful to you, because
I will arrange access to those 10
students.
students.
Okay, Gupta ji. I have added one more name from College of Engineering Pune. She is my PhD student and she is faculty.
Okay. All right, I think it's time to go, but I want to thank everybody who is still hanging around. It's great to see the students and share our views with them. And my personal thanks to Sharad, Wahida, and Subramani, Akash. It was really great to hear from them. And I was around because I really wanted to get some tips, and I think I learned a lot about revising my resume, and also the communication tips that Sharad had shared. So that was a really good opportunity.
I would also like to extend my warm thanks to you, to Sarad, to Vaida, to Subramani B, and all the I don't know to say about Swati, because 2-3 times I have taken their name. So means anyway, Dr. Swati, Dr. Kunal, and youngsters. Really, I must appreciate all the student coordinators. They have really done wonderful work. So now we should have one group photo.
Yes. Just adding to that, on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to thank TechU for sponsoring this event. Thank you. Yeah, so I request all the remaining participants to please switch on their camera so that we can have a group photo. I guess it will not be possible for one session, one go. We'll try.
गुप्ता जी मैक्सिमम रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स दिख रहे हैं यहाँ पर, देख रहे हैं आप?
Please
PhD
switch on
students.
your camera.
Good.
Who is taking the photo?
I'm taking it, but I guess it won't be possible in a one go.
No, आप टू में ले लीजिए.
Yeah.
मोहक जोशी, गौरव मित्तल, आप फोटो नहीं देना चाहते? याद रहेगा ये आपको. वेरी नाइस, गुड. गौरव मित्तल. ये मोमेंट आपको याद रहेगा लाइफ में, ध्यान रखिएगा. 2 speakers are from USA, Mr. Sharad Bhargav and Professor Nikhil Gupta ji. 3 classmates are sitting with you amongst you.
Yeah, so I guess we're done.
Sir, before we end, we have an official vote of thanks. So I would like Diksha to call her to give the vote of thanks.
Good evening, respected dignitaries, honorable speakers, and all participants. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, MNIT, Jaipur Department, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the honorable speakers who blessed us with their presence and took out valuable time of a busy schedule. It was an amazing event on future prospects for budding engineers, organized by Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, MNIT Jaipur, in association with Department of Mechanical and Aerospace, London School of Engineering, NYU. It was a remarkable 5 hours workshop that passed in a blink of an eye. Firstly, I would like to thank all the speakers here, as they are very friendly and their sessions became a cordial period. I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Nikhil Gupta and the head of our department, Dr. Rajendra Kumar Goyal, for providing encouragement and support. I am very grateful to Dr. Kunal Bose and Dr. Swati Sharma for giving us an opportunity to organize this event. Last but not the least, I would extend my heartfelt gratitude to the session coordinators and the organizing committee for their efforts. This was an evening to remember. With this, we come to the end of this workshop, which helps to develop our all-round personality. Again, I am very grateful to all the speakers who gave their precious time for this, as no program can become successful with a single person. I once again thank everyone for making this workshop a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha.
Thank you.
One more important announcement. Youngster team, Diksha,
yes sir,
Bhavya, see,
yes,
on 12th September, na 12th September means Saturday. Yes, 7th. Yes. So we are going to conduct DID program, Departmental Industry Day. There will be 2 sessions.
yes sir.
There will be 2 sessions, and mostly it will start in afternoon. So please make it most successful, and it is only for the metallurgical students, but we will make it open. Okay, so strength should be more than 200, all 3 classes, second year, third year, final year. One speaker is from Tata Motors, second speaker is from Bharat Forge. Most of you may not be knowing about the Bharat Forge. This is the world renowned company in
Yes,
Bharat, in forging. Okay. So Dr. Manjesh will send the invitation to you. Okay, please register, and there is no fee for that, because that is a departmental activity. But registration should be as good as possible, not at least below 100.
Okay sir, we will try our best.
Yeah. ठीक है, फिर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी को.
Thank you sir.
We can thank Mr. Sharad Bhargav for Yatharth. Please
Yes,
thank
thank you.
the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarji.
Metmass members, you can remain for a while, 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The rest can please quit.
Hello, Swati ma'am. Hello.
Ravi, I am able to hear.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am able to hear. Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, we are thinking of doing recruitment of second year so that we can increase the strength of our participant in next event. Because if we are recruit second year students, they can influence their classmates more than us, and that's why I think by recruiting them we can drastically increase our strength from like 40 or to 150, like something 150 or at least 100, something like that.
If you want to conduct it right now, then we can go ahead with the plan.
Ma'am, I suggest we do it in the next week because we plan to conduct a cricket quiz as well. I will send you the official draft of the events we planned shortly,
that is
in a
what I
day or
told.
two.
To be
Yeah,
whatever.
and
Just give.
and even we'll have a meeting discussing all that in case if it's needed.
Yes, please.
And
I just want to ask one thing today. As we had a registration of around 209, still we had participation of average of 50. That is what we had, an average of 50. So what would be the probable reason the students registered but they didn't join?
हम सबसे बड़ा यही रीजन होगा कि इतना लंबा ड्यूरेशन था ना इसका,
हाँ,
तो वही एक तो बड़ा रीजन यही होगा।
लंबा ड्यूरेशन है तो मतलब ऑन एंड ऑफ तो आ सकते थे, ये तो 30-40 है।
हाँ, मतलब वही में 80 के राउंड थे और बीच वाला उसमें एक सेशन में गए थे ना, बाकी में 80 के राउंड थे, लास्ट वाले में थोड़ा 30 हो गए थे। बाकी हम पता करते हैं क्या हुआ रीजन।
What I think is there are few things those were missing, and that was probably responsible for, that can be a reason for less participation during the live sessions. First thing is we didn't mention about any e-certificates, so that can be considered as a motive.
Yes,
sir.
Yeah.
I know.
So e-certificates आपने एक line भी डाली रहती थी, तो that can
Actually, देखो Kunal, we can't give. See, I thought about it, but the thing is कि इसके लिए हम e-certificate देकर, that's not going to be useful anywhere. तो certificate यूं ही बेकार का बांटना is also not a good idea. मतलब this is something which is only for their personal benefit. This is not going to help them anywhere in life apart from developing themselves.
Yeah, but the thing is that
here
that would have increased the number of participants during live sessions. That's what I think.
Anyway, that doesn't matter. देखो, what I felt, थोड़ा सा participation could have increased if we had a group जहाँ पर कि you keep on updating the live, means वहाँ पर थोड़े बहुत chat होते हैं ना, तो mouth to ये होता है ना, word of mouth से लोगों को पता चलता है that okay, the session has started. तो नहीं चाहकर भी the people are tempted to just join the session. तो उस केस में हमारे पास 100 के आसपास आ जाता. Because see, when the speaker is devoting so much of time, and when he sees the participants are not there and no one is going to get benefited, he also doesn't feel motivated to speak. ये हो जाती है बात.
So we should work
It's
on
not
all.
कि हमको वो बात नहीं है. It's just like respecting the one who is speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
He is devoting his time.
मैम फोर्थ ईयर का तो एक रीजन हो सकता है कि अभी डेली मतलब कोई ना कोई कंपनी आ ही रहा है, तो लोग इतना टाइम तो देना मुश्किल है उन लोग के लिए। फोर्थ ईयर के लिए ये एक मुश्किल है। बात भी हुआ दोस्त लोग से, बोले अभी भाई फ्री नहीं है, अभी कल भी कंपनी आ रहा है, परसों भी आ रहा है, मतलब डेली कोई ना कोई कंपनी आ रहा है।
थर्ड ईयर को आई केप्ट ऑन रिपीटेडली आस्किंग ऑन द व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप, सारे मेरा मैसेज देख रहे हैं, बिकॉज यू नो हु इज सीइंग योर मैसेज, दैट यू कैन चेक. मेरा मैसेज देख रहे हैं बट दे आर नॉट विलिंग टू ज्वाइन. और ऐसा नहीं कि कोई बहुत बड़ा काम कोई कर रहा होगा, और ऐसा नहीं है कि ज्वाइन करते देन दे वुड नॉट हैव गॉट बेनिफिटेड. डेफिनेटली यू विल कम टू लर्न समथिंग. They didn't join anyway. We won't say this is a failure. It was okay. अच्छा था.
Yes, मैम.
थोड़ा सा
ये लोग का पहला इवेंट था, वो भी इतना अच्छा हुआ. ये लोग इंडिपेंडेंटली पहला इवेंट किए थे लोग. मतलब हम लोग केवल गाइड किए थे, बाकी पूरा यही लोग खुद से किए थे. इसलिए अच्छा से मैनेज किया इन लोगों ने.
हाँ, and the team is working together. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason I'm asking to recruit second yearites is that even we could get a helping hand for the work. Even they could learn what they have to do next.
I'm okay with recruiting. देखो, because I cannot foresee any near time where we'll be having something offline. So we'll have to do it online only.
Yes,
so इस case में I want कि it's upon you. How soon, how fast, and how efficiently you can manage getting them in. So you have to basically make do an induction program as we had done last year.
Yes, ma'am.
Induction program पहले होगा where you will be letting them know about this Metmass.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? If you have that, the same PPT can be used. There's no problem in using the same PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Reinventing the wheel is not a good idea. So if you have that PPT, I think I may be having.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Okay, so you can use that PPT. You can update it because you have done so many programs, so that can be updated.
Yes.
Have an induction program, and after that you have to make a form, application form, where they'll be filling up the forms for if they want to get into this society. And then have their preferences जैसे हम किए थे पिछली बार. I think Vikas, you would be knowing all those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
तो वैसे ही बस करना है. And Vikas, this is your responsibility कि third year से office bearers हमको लेने हैं.
हाँ मैम, उसका मैंने फॉर्म भरवा लिया. उसमें सब
उनका भी हम साथ ही कर देते हैं so that we have a new office now.
हाँ मैम, वही थोड़ा सा देख रहा था. हम लोग देख रहे थे, मतलब ऑब्जर्व कर रहे थे कौन कैसा काम कर रहा है. उसके बाद एक दो इवेंट हो गए, मतलब हो ही गया. उसके बाद फाइनल कर देंगे आपके, मतलब आपसे सजेशन लेके.
तो you need a helping hand क्योंकि थर्ड ईयर अब बस गाइड करेगा, उनको भी तो काम करने के लिए चाहिए. तो जितनी जल्दी कर सकते हो. Within September, let us finish all these things.
हाँ.
Any more concerns?
No, ma'am. I think we should leave here.
ठीक है, तो
Thank you, ma'am.
have a regular meeting.
Yes, ma'am, we are trying.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.